stories available. That being none other than my story I made. They have the tools of stories. The tools. Like, why am I down a cycle? I found my BF is a billionaire. My mom didn't make enough food. Just look at that thumbnail. Look at that thumbnail. Um, no, it's not what I wanted. Excuse me? I know what it think preview. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I can get anything out of the preview. I'm just look at that thumbnail. Now that is my story I made in a half. I love Amazon using a secret bug. I found it in vibrating my tummy. Yeah, I found it was in having a seizure or whatever. So let's see what I got here. Oh, yeah. Before you know, there's a other channel called Storybook. Those are actually real stories. And 4.57 million subs. Seems okay. Minus the fact that they've been stuck there basically in eternity. Meanwhile, my Toyama keeps on gaining subs. Like, let me just go to social play real quick. Yeah, 0/c/storybook. So yeah, September 20th, they got 6 million subs, views. Because they acquired the videos, but okay, 4.57 million subs from September 19th all the way till present day. Yeah, they have barely been gaining any subs. Now let's look at my story I made. It's a completely different story. Look at their subs. They're gaining 10k subs almost every day. Sometimes even 20k. For basically garbage. And yeah, they're definitely gonna overtake Storybook soon, which is something that I do not like to see. But why are they getting so many subs? And the videos are clearly fake. But well, I have a different theory to explain, I guess, when we get to the videos. So there's a community tab, and this is what's causing a lot of hate. Two other fans of a YouTuber who asked him to remove our videos. We are the owners of the videos, and we hold the right to deny anyone from using our videos. Well, first things first, in 7 months ago, you were like, and you need our permission to react to our videos, and I was like this. Yeah, you're like changing our mind. We have the same rights to our work as any big studio. You wouldn't be surprised if a video was removed by copyright music or posting an episode of Game of Thrones. Okay, what does Game of Thrones have to do with your videos? Why is it so hard to understand that YouTube artists also have some degree of control over the videos they work so hard to produce? Artists. They work so hard to produce. Yeah, this is why you like come out with a video like almost every single day. With your 10 animes. You did that as host because it was too long and no one was reading it. And here's the original. And hey, original was and voice. To our fans of YouTube, we ask them to remove our videos. He never asked us for permission to write our videos. Well, first things first, you would like And you need a person to react to it. I mean, that's what a lot of people were saying, and actually, Java Johnson's videos, I believe that one of Java Johnson's videos brought that up. Let's see him reacting to any other anime TV show like Death Note and Avatar: The Last Airbender. A very high quality anime. His channel will be deleted in like 5 seconds. Yeah. Because that's anime. That's like, yeah. You know Suzu, right? Suzu is the same thing. No, it's not because he was going to, yeah. Suzu was also reacting to anime. Which may not have that much of a risk, but still. Before the summer happened, we sent him a message on YouTube asking him to remove one video. But he never responded. Because messages having removed this video thing disabled. And we saw like telling Cub Scouts video. So we decided to send him an email, but he also never responded. We feel like we don't exist in this guy world. Which is exactly why he gives you credit, it mentions you. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't give us credit. And you go to the videos and there's credit anywhere. I think he's above us or something. Yeah, right. I'm just not gonna respond to that. 1 week after our first message, we try and contact YouTube and ask him to give him 7 days to remove the video, or we issue a copyright strike, which is threatening to give them false copyright strikes because it's a reaction video, it's not just like uploading a video. It was a reaction video. It's telling us how to use. After YouTube approved the request, they contacted him and then he removed the videos. It was not for trying so hard that he was forced to remove the videos because otherwise his channel would have been in danger. We could have issued a copy strike against all the videos, and that would cause a huge damage to his channel and possibly would have been deleted. But we decided to be the good guys and not do that. We decided to be the good guys, and thus we threatened him and to delete the videos so as we're gonna false copy strike videos and in an attempt to have his channel be terminated. Yeah, good guys, alright. We watched almost all the videos and we never, yeah, somebody spam. We never heard him one time mentioning our channel name. He just added our channel name in the description, not even in the title. Literally mentions you in the video itself. Wow, it really is like, you just click the video for, watch the video for 1 second because it was in the recommended section. Yeah, he didn't credit us, let's just file a copyright strike on him. In the first place, why was it that hard for him to mention our channel name? Why was it that hard? Yeah, he literally mentioned your channel name. Yeah, he gave you credit wherever he could. Why was it hard for him to respond to our emails? I know you love him and respect him, but he is not innocent. He is not innocent. Well, you are not innocent for doing this. It would have taken him 5 seconds just to say your channel name. He decided not to do it. He wanted all of you to himself. Which is exactly why you have this many subs. Yep. You have the subs because of Cub Scouts. Because of Jay. Jay's the reason. This is why you have this many subs. You're like, he wanted all of you to himself. You check back to the times he made the videos and we never saw any uptick in analytics indicates that he was referring viewers to us. So the argument that he was making us famous is false. A lot of people in the comment section of this post, say otherwise. And we're gonna get it. We have over 100 full-time employees. Over 100 full-time employees. Yeah. Yeah, right. It's like add 10. Because I was analyzing the videos. It did not look like you had 100. It's, otherwise the animation would be a whole lot better. We're working on these videos to deliver the highest quality animation. Too bad I don't have a chance to like, yeah, I can't show me a quote unquote thing. Yeah, the highest quality animation, yeah. Yep, I was looking for Petite 2, I found Sport Boy, and while the graphics were mad, it somehow still had better animation, it was smoother than most of the videos on the channel. And it's costing us a huge amount of money, yeah, and time to produce these videos, and was stealing them like he's entitled to. He was stealing the videos entirely. He was reacting to them. That was not stealing. It was constantly pausing the videos and giving his own commentary. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure these videos fall under fair use. And without even saying our name. Yeah, My Story Animated. We got nothing from the deal that we did not even agree to be in. Take a look at Bijou Mike. He also reacts to our videos from the first day he asked permission to react to, and he also makes sure to give us a shout out every time he reacts to our videos. Which is exactly what Cub Scout what Jay also did. Not sure about the permission part, but then again, at that time you were like, you don't need our permission. Imagine you are working for months on animation and this video comes and puts all the animation videos on his channel without even one small shout out to you. Which is, again, not what Jay did. He did give you a bunch of shout outs. And, yeah. It fell on fair use. How would you feel about that? Well, yeah. If I were going to tell, I wouldn't really care that much because, well, the videos are bad. Even if you put your channel link in the description. Who even reads descriptions? Yeah. Don't forget to that's really all that's in most of your descriptions. Although people leave descriptions for sponsors, shoutouts, to read the description itself, detail. Yeah. And yeah, you're like, nobody needs description. Question mark, question mark. We are also not a small YouTube channel, and we don't need this exposure for people to watch us. It is, yeah. Jay's like the reason is why you're not to 1 million subs, and now you're out here about to beat Story Booth in subscribers. As I said, Story Booth has 4.57 million subs, and My Story Animated has 4.5 million subs. Yeah. He was not doing a favor for us. Complete opposite. He earned lots of money from the videos that we made, and we got zero benefits from. Yeah, besides a bunch of people that came because of his that came to the channel because of his videos. It's also possible that we lost from his reactions because the person who watches his videos don't have to watch our video. We are the owners of the videos, and we hold the right to deny anyone from using our videos, just like any other animated show in the world. Wow. Wow. And then they're like, we deleted that post because it was too long. Well, they got a boatload of hate. And should I mention that you also keep on deleting comments, as I heard from a bunch of people. And yeah, I did make some comments. Y'all smell that? That smells familiar. And it's a whole lot of it's complete BS. Don't try to make it seem like Jay's bad guy. You guys are the ones being immature, and it's disgusting trying to manipulate fans and thinking he's a horrible person who gave you credit and messing you guys. So many times, you mess with the wrong fandom. Us Ox, half his facts. Oh geez. My Story Animated is unprofessional ass. They lied on the YouTuber and the animations are flawed. Well, I agree with you, Mr. Douglas, this is me. The animations are beyond flawed. 100 people working on animations with constant misspellings and bad grammar is a hot mess. Well, I don't think there are 100 people. I also don't think that this is a single person, because otherwise the animation style would be the same for every video, but it just keeps on changing. But it's definitely not 100 people. Post some original posts. We are also not a small YouTube channel. We don't need exposure for people to watch us. Wow, maybe work on your gratitude and try to be more humble next time. You guys have different audiences. You should be thankful. Personally, I didn't even know who you guys were until I watched Jake's video. See? See? You need the exposure for people to watch us. Well, otherwise Leia wouldn't even be knowing about your channel, because he came because of she came because of Cub Scout. So yeah, what do you like more? Whatever this is, ugly cut off art style. This has literally ripped from a Share My Story video, and then this from another YouTube video. Yep, they're encouraging replacing. Would you consider yourself a fan of My Story Animated? And I, of course, no. Do you know regularly? I don't even know why. What happens when you get into jail at just 16 years old? Thank you for your constant support and engagement. We have received many stories, and are working on animating them. A professional voice actor will. And then, are you subscribed to us? 58%. Wow. Of course I said no. Did you watch any of this more than once because you found it good? Again, I selected no. So I did watch some of the videos more than once. Some. No, it's not because of being good. I was only analyzing these videos. Because I need to analyze these videos because they're just garbage. They also keep on changing titles and thumbnails, and they try some videos for no reason. I have lived in an abandoned place for years. What is the reason for that video to be abandoned? Because of the we spent a huge amount of resources making these amazing videos. This year, you're going to watch the video. Because of that, bro, your real story aren't even animated. It's literally just a moving mouth and changing emotions. The art style is changing so much, I'm starting to think y'all take pics off the internet and change colors. Y'all suck at animation. Yeah. Some I am better than my garbage animation. And I have 27 subs and I'm not even using animation software. Yeah, that speaks volumes to me. Yeah. Just look at the comments of the video and it's just so many angry comments. And honestly, I understand the hate. What I don't understand is, the comments in the videos themselves are completely different. It's like flooded with positive comments. Also, thank you, 1M subscribers. And it's really just, yep. And so, yeah. You know, the upload schedule is an absolute mess. Harder to encourage people to subscribe by making the upload schedule an absolute mess. Oh, and should I mention that the last upload was 2 days ago? So, 6 days ago, 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 2 days ago, and then nothing else. Yeah, I don't get this upload schedule. First things first, the comments is about, you know, some of the previews speak for themselves. All the names have been changed. Oh, yeah, because this is a Reddit story. Just look at the capitalization. Like, some of them have proper capitalization, and I was like, I found out my BF is a billionaire. Like, it's all lowercase. By my dad cycle. Again, all lowercase. And you can also see which parts of the titles are changed. Because it seems like for some of the videos, it has, it's originally already capitalized, but then when the titles are changed, and then edit of the old title, the new replaced words are lowercase. So followed is in lowercase, and instantly requested is also lowercase. Yes, those words are changed. The grammar is also bad in these videos. Let's just, I became a voice magnet. There's like no apostrophe or anything like that. My mom never protected me. Comma, and I just found out why. My school is my. So this TikTok changed my life. But then earlier we also have TikTok destroyed my life. Yes, destroyed. Oh, by the way, I got kidnapped by 7 years old. Someone is kidnapping everyone I know. My brother and I work in a bank robbery. my name dies story yet my life, and yet the TikTok dies story my life, but yet for some reason in the thumbnail it's spelled the story and it's spelled correctly. So yeah, the spelling is an absolute mess. As much as the videos themselves, because as I said, the titles, they are a mess, and yes, mistakes. And guess what? Guess what? Let's go from Reddit. Yeah, I found some examples for that. Wow, good audio. Nice. Nice. Yes. So here's example number 1 that I found. Oh wow, just look at the resolution. And then yeah, my mom never protected me, and I just found out why. I found a story with a similar title. Okay then. I now understand my abusive mom who didn't protect me from the anger abuse. It's a similar plotline. Um, and then the other example, I control a principal. Now I know how I think this actually is. How we destroy a teacher and principal. Is I searched the title on Google, and then like Reddit stories. And that's how I found these examples. Oh, by the way, the original title, I control the principal, is I found the principal secret. I found the principal secret. Yep, some more my job is animated grammar, and yes, I'm saying my job is animated. So that's essentially what this is. So I mentioned in the comments. Let's bring that topic up. Oh, by the way, there is some random quotes that don't really have anything to do with the video itself. Never look down on anybody unless you're helping them up. Jesse Jackson. This is the description. Don't forget to like and subscribe, or else something happens to my garbage animated passion. Yes, like I said, I'm saying my garbage animated. My story animated. So of course I'm commenting. So yeah, the thing about this video is that you have to please like and subscribe in a video preview. So I knew exactly what to expect. So yeah. Another thing, is they put memes or anything. It's like, you see this? They trace a creeper, and I don't know why. They just trace a creeper for some reason. Because I'm exploding. Because it's exploding, and they need to turn his house into a Minecraft creeper. Yeah. Because whenever you said time they spent on placing that creeper, they will actually putting effort in the animation. You see a lot. But the comments themselves, they are not like the comments you find in the community tab. They actually made a good one. I love this so much, and you think I will believe this nonsense, but when you see it, wow, this is one of my favorite videos. such a crazy but nice story. Yeah, with secrets. At least what she said, I should subscribe to. She didn't lie that I would live 25 years longer, but she told the truth about my story, Anime Madness. She didn't lie that I live 25 years longer. That is complete BS. Subscribing to the channel does not extend your lifetime. Ha ha ha. That was an awesome story. This is actually a very interesting story with 2 spaces. Big question. How do you remember this in a week? 2 emojis. You are beautiful than that girl. Wow, you have a crush in James. And you're so much better. Story. I watched this video. I love your story. Your new stalking finally got animated. Oh, this video is so cute. So 2.9 million people are interested in this. That are so mega cute. Hi, I'm Karen. And that's why I never ever dating. Just look at the comments. Boop, big official stand up. Boop, like so. Yeah. And when I comment about this channel actually being bad, I get hate. By the way, there's like a comment that says Toon select the best, and people are like, delete your comment. Comment, not comment. Because I stated my opinion. Yeah. Also, I checked the channel, and the channels, all these channels are subscribed to channels like 5 Minute Craft, Whiteside, Toon. Yes, I actually checked. This is the average my story animated fan base. Jeez, that's so many comments. And look at it like this like right here. It is okay, if it would load. Jesus, like 102,000 likes versus 3,000 dislikes. How? Well, I'm sensing one thing though. Well, I can explain. Let me just okay, thanks for the speech. Seems instant enough, but this is play this thing and show exactly why you have these videos have so many likes. Oh, and it's also passive aggressive. But nothing none of that really matters because yeah, double speed, but nothing like this.
That should have been my first warning not to keep following him, because things were about to get super weird. Before I unleash my crazy story onto you, click like and subscribe to stay up to date with all the madness that My Story Animated has in store for you. Okay, so there I was climbing.
Now this is what kind of innocent versus like and subscribe for all this madness My Story Animated has in store for you. But there were videos that like you see 4 million titles like or else you'll have your worst nightmare tonight, or this monster will be in your under your bed tonight. Some shenanigans like that. This might possibly be the reasons why these videos have so many likes. So yeah, while in this video, let's just go through this. And now, on my way after ad block, because the amount of ads that My Story Animated is just off the charts. Yeah, these videos are filled with ads. And now, since I'm possibly can. Yes, otherwise it's gonna take much longer. So yeah, let's see what we have. Never look down at anybody unless they have any.
I was running through the rain trying to get home as quickly as possible when I noticed my crush James walking onto the school grounds. I didn't want him to see me like this. I was soaked to the bone, looking like a drowned rat, but I had to know what he was.
Drowned rat. What? I wouldn't help if I said no one see it. Drowned rat. Again, me. Also, is this how sweat looks like? With outlines. Also, is the video 360p? It's 720p, but it looks like it. So yeah. Oh wait. This seems to be way too taxing the hardware. And I have 11 gigabytes of storage. And it was smooth when I left. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with storage. So yeah. Let's just continue.
Soaked to the bone, looking like a drowned rat, but I had to know what he was up to. What if he was breaking into the school? I decided to
turn left right immediately in an instant.
To follow him, and at one point I swear he turned around and
okay, what's that here? And what's that movement? Is it odd?
cool. I decided to follow him.
Wait, where did he come from? Okay, bushes move. Okay, so there's just an image flying by. This is an image flying by. You see that a lot.
Decided to follow him, and at one point I swear he turned around and looked right at me.
Wow. Nice dog sound effect. Also, why do these scratches go off the head? Yep, some nice effect. Also, yeah. As I was gonna say earlier, what was that movement?
And at one point I swear he turned.
Yeah, just turn on 180 degrees in an instant, and then just get grabbed by the animators and like move. Also, nice by nice over here. Yep, I can tell that there's like some unfinished background shenanigans right here. And then yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why it's not supposed to be there.
Turned around and looked right at me. I didn't know if I was seeing things, but it even looked like he smiled at me. Wait, did he want me to follow him? Suddenly I felt brave.
Walk over a bush. As if the bush is not even there.
I was going to tell him how I felt. The moment I'd waited for my whole life had arrived. But then I saw him climbing into the tornado shelter.
Tornado shelter. Yeah, this is something that you have. And yeah, this is wall. Nice rendering. Some good stuff right there. Yep. And they call that on par with airtime Death Note.
But then I saw him climbing into the tornado shelter.
And this seems to be our thing. Yep. How does the shelter open? So look at his hands. It's like, and two fingers, and then there's also this. Yeah. So he has only one. Then it immediately goes into this. I move one frame forward. The shelter's still closed. He moves his hand. That is cut off, by the way. Look at this. Just look at that up there. That's cut off. So then it is, and then on that frame, it immediately opens. Yep. When I understand how shelters work.
Shelter, and that should have been my first warning not to keep following him, because things were about to get super weird.
Things are about to get super weird. By the way, make sure to like and subscribe. As you can see. Oh, by the way, in some other ways, subscribe is actually spelled as subscribe. I am not kidding. So here we have some stairs, which by the way, my son anime is struggling with moving upstairs because in some ways you have to kind of clipping through the stairs, and in others it's like a single leg. And so yeah, my story anime is struggling with stairs. Also nice color bending. Yeah, some good. Yep.
Shelter after my crush with absolute.
Okay. Why don't I speakers to sit there?
absolutely no plan of what I'd do next. I was acting purely on impulse, and it felt amazing. I felt sure he knew I climbed in after him, but I couldn't see anything, so I used the flashlight on my phone and realized he he'd already gone down the stairs. The rain was really pouring now, so I closed the lid. The last thing I wanted was to flood the shelter, not on a special night. So I closed the lid. The last thing I wanted was to flood the shelter, not on a special night like tonight. I'd never been this close to James before, just the two of us alone. Except we weren't alone. As soon as I closed before. Just the two of us alone. Except we weren't alone. As soon as I closed the lid, I heard a girl's voice. No! I started panicking and decided this had been a stupid idea. I pushed the lid to climb back out, but it wouldn't open, no matter how no matter how hard I pushed it, it didn't budge. Oh my gosh, I was stuck. If it had just been me and James down there, it would have been quite exciting, but suddenly I heard a kissing sound and I realized my worst nightmare had just come true. I was stuck in a tornado shelter with my crush and his girlfriend by the sounds of things. I didn't want them to know I was there, like some creepy stalkers, so I tried to keep stalkers, so I tried to keep as quiet as possible. I could hear them laughing, and then the girl said, "Did anyone see you come in here? I hope we didn't get caught." And James replied, "No, I don't think so. Oh no, wait, there was a girl from my school, but she wouldn't say anything. She's such a loser." At that, I had to cover my face. I wanted to cry. It felt like he'd shoved a knife through my heart, and then I felt knife through my heart, and then I felt angry. I had to get out of there. This was literally the most embarrassing situation to ever be in. And what would my parents think when they found out? I gave the lid one final push.
They're not real. Like I said, my story anime is struggling with this. And you get this while the character is flipping through the stairs.
Final push, but I pushed too hard. The next moment, I lost my footing. And was rolling down the stairs. I landed with a thump and black.
And suddenly they have kind of proper collision. Yep, they have proper collision now. But before that, he was like walking through the stairs.
Down the stairs. I landed with a thump and blacked out for a second. When I opened my eyes, James and his girlfriend were standing over me. They didn't even ask me if I was okay. James just looked down at me and said, "Did you follow me here? What are you playing at?" Then he turned to his girlfriend and said, "Come on, babe, let's bounce." Then they just left me lying there and headed up the stairs. I was about to tell them that we were trapped down there, but they'd soon discover it for them.
Those are some really deep stairs. Yeah, those are the deepest stairs I've ever seen.
Themselves. I could hear James bashing on the lid of the shelter, but obviously it wouldn't open. And then he shouted down to me and asked if I'd done this, and if I thought it was funny. No, James, I did not find this funny. I wanted to shut up at him. Gosh, what would he say if he knew how much I wished I were his girlfriend and not that dumb blonde girl? Then he started shouting about how he had to get out ASAP because the next day was his big football game that was going to guarantee him a scholarship to a top college. He said he had to get it, otherwise he'd be stuck in this college. He said he had to get it, otherwise he'd be stuck in this stupid town forever. Town forever. Oh no, this was a disaster, and it was only just the beginning. I sat up and looked around with my flashlight on my phone and realized there was literally nothing down there except for some sandbags and an old scratchy blanket that looked like 1,000 bugs might be living in it. And then I realized and then I realized I was shivering, like properly freezing cold. My phone was on 10%. Not that it mattered. There was absolutely no signal down there anyway. I didn't even have a bottle of water on me, and by the looks of things, James and his girlfriend had nothing either. Oh man, I held my I held my breath as they came down the stairs. I was so scared of what they'd say to me. They were arguing, and James's girlfriend came right up to me and said, "This This is all your fault. You've ruined everything." Truly, that felt like the most awkward moment of my entire life. James told her to try and calm down, and I learned her name was Amy. She must have gone to another school because I'd never seen her before. Neither of them had signal either, and soon they started screaming for help. I didn't want to tell them it was pointless. The rain was so loud, no one would hear us even if they were right above us. Eventually, I told them I was sorry, even though it wasn't my fault. I lied and told them I'd been trying to shelter from the rain because I'd forgotten my umbrella, but Amy didn't buy it. She said, "Yeah, right. You're clearly a stalker. Do you get kicks out of watching other people making out or something?" James said, "You're a loser," and he wasn't joking. Look at you. If I hadn't already been underground, I'd have asked the ground to swallow me up. No one had ever been so mean to me before. After that, it was really uncomfortable, and all of us were in a bad mood. Soon, it became obvious we'd all have to spend the night down there. So I found a corner as far away from Amy as possible and lay down. I was still shivering and thought about using the insect-infested blanket, but Amy had already grabbed it. There was no way I'd fall asleep. I was so thirsty, and even though the shelter luckily had a small toilet, there was no sink, which meant no running water. I'd have drunk the rain earlier if I knew this was going to happen. I covered my ears because I was afraid I'd hear them kissing, and eventually I must have fallen asleep because the next moment I found myself waking up to hearing a rustling sound. I looked over at Amy, and even though I couldn't see anything, I knew she was eating something. I could hear her. I couldn't believe she had food with her and wasn't sharing it. Did James know? Should have said something, but I was too scared. I'd already caused enough trouble. Finally, morning came, and by then my phone was at 2%. Soon, Soon, I wouldn't even know what time it was. I was bursting for the toilet, so I went to use it, and of course, Amy shouted at me and said my peeing was too loud and had woken her up. Then I noticed there was a light switch outside the toilet. I clicked on it, not expecting it to work, and suddenly the whole shelter was flooded with light. Amy quickly pulled the blanket up and told me to look away. Oh my gosh, were they not wearing clothes? Then Amy just laughed and said everyone knows that body heat is the best way to survive in cold weather. Ew! Once they got dressed, I realized how pretty Amy was, and it really annoyed me. How could I have thought James would ever be interested in someone like me when he had Amy? I ran up the stairs and tried to push the lid again.
was playing before that, but fine. It was definitely great. And they also had a whole lot in the video. I got in a lot of video. Maybe 20 ones that I have already watched. But yeah, reaction videos are from the videos themselves. Yeah, they use this a lot.
Ran up the stairs and tried to push the lid again, but then I just sat there waiting for people to arrive at school. Then I'd scream my head off. Plus, I didn't want them to look at me. I felt so insecure about my running clothes, and I hadn't even shaved my legs. I didn't want James noticing. I could hear the school bell and feet walking over us, but no one heard me scream. How long would we be down here? James was complaining about being hungry.
And you get a bunch of people in groups riding the bootleg Nimbus Cloud from Blind Ball. And like this is three separate images. Just three images. They are animated. But it's three beautiful images.
How long would we be down here? James was complaining about being hungry and Amy too, but I knew Amy had eaten something in the night. She was a liar. We started
Wow, that's how high quality motive in comparison with Sprite themselves. Yeah. It's unnecessarily high quality for a My Story anime video. Almost like they just use a green screen or something. Use green screen effect or something like that. And it's stock animation. All they use is bad. But this one looks unnecessarily fresh.
night. She was a liar. We started looking around the place to see if we could find anything, and James suddenly sounded happy. Under the sandbags, he'd found some old bottles of water. The water looked disgusting. The water looked disgusting. But I'd have drunk anything by that.
Now they don't even have a nose. Yeah, so how are they knowing stuff now? If they lost their nose. Also, they both have the same facial expression.
At that point, both James and I downed like a liter each, but Amy refused. Suit yourself, I thought. Then about an hour later, I started getting a weird pain in my stomach.
Okay, suddenly doing tap logo. Yep. Yes, we suddenly need to add this new tap logo.
Oh no, there was no toilet paper. This couldn't be happening. I had to run. It almost puked my guts up. And I wasn't the only one. James raced in after me, and at one point, we were both lying.
Nice story, Spike. And again, it's like they don't even have to wear a seat. It's just a single image. It's a single image. And it is really slow. And it also looks kind of glitchy. But yeah, they did it in such a way they don't even have to draw feet. Because they are flooding with feet and walking animation.
And at one point, we were both lying on the floor, taking it in turns to vomit. Not exactly what I had in mind for our first date together. That water must have been 20 years old or something. Amy got seriously annoyed and even tried to drag James out of the bathroom. Was she jealous?
Okay. That's why I dragged him out of the bathroom. Why did he drown James on? Also, as I mentioned, we have another auto thing. How heavy is James?
Out of the bathroom. Was she jealous? And then I know.
Yeah, he was not even able to drag her off the position. Drag her away in one bit. Yeah. We were by the thing, you know, I was like really foul. And also, I don't think that's how toilets look like.
Noticed an empty soda bottle behind the toilet. Had Amy secretly had a bottle of soda and not told us? How selfish. That first day seemed to fly by. Most of it spent in the bathroom, of course.
Not fully okay or empty. Because she threw the bottle, it's empty. In this case, it's cement, so it's not empty. Also,
By the end of the day, I almost lost my voice from screaming for help. Would we be stuck down there forever? And then nighttime came, and James and Amy got into a huge fight. Secretly, it made me happy to see them argue. James deserved better. He was super upset that he'd missed his football game, but Amy just kept saying he could go to college. But Amy just kept saying he could go to college with her, and then they'd never be apart. And James got really angry and said he didn't want to go to her college. Then the whole room went silent. It was tense. I didn't know what to do, so I just stayed quiet and pretended to be asleep. A while later, I heard someone saying my name. I opened my eyes and could see James. He said he could hear my teeth chattering and that I should come and share their blanket. But if Amy woke up and saw me, she'd go mental. I didn't care about her teeth chattering and that I should come and share their blanket. But if Amy Amy woke up and saw me, she'd go mental. I didn't I didn't care about her, though. James was actually being kind of nice to me for the first time in my life. I couldn't lose my chance, so I climbed under the blanket next to him. Our legs were almost touching, and of course, that woke Amy up. Of course, that woke Amy up, and when she saw me, I thought she was going to explode. James wanted to keep the peace, so he snuck. James wanted to keep the peace, so he snuggled into her and left me lying. There all alone. But I couldn't stop thinking about the moment we just shared, and during the night I decided to try and get closer to him. I rolled over until I was almost right at his back, but then I heard something. They were kissing. I was watching them. Wishing it was me he was kissing. I couldn't stop staring, but suddenly, Amy opened her eyes and caught me watching them. She told James, but James said I was asleep and that they should get some sleep too. But asleep and that they should get some sleep too. But James didn't go back to sleep. He waited until Amy was snoring next to him, and then he reached out his hand and grabbed mine. I felt like my heart was going to explode, and I to explode, and I so badly wanted to get closer to him, but it was too risky. There was always the next night, right? So we fell asleep holding hands, and I couldn't stop smiling. So we fell asleep holding hands, and I couldn't stop smiling. In the morning, though, I was lying there all alone. When Amy got up to go to the bathroom, I smiled at James, and he smiled back. Up to go to the bathroom, I smiled at James, and he smiled back. But then Amy came out and saw me and said, "Freak, stop staring at us like that." I thought James would stick up for me, but he didn't. He was acting up for me, but he didn't. He was acting like nothing had happened between us. The rest of that day was kind of weird. We just sat around quietly. At one point, James almost fainted. I mean, we were all starving. I was so weak, I just kept napping, and when I woke up from one of my naps, James and Amy were eating biscuits. Where did they get them from? I could almost feel the saliva pouring out of my mouth, and I assumed Amy would offer me one, but she didn't. They ate them all, and after that, I didn't speak to either of them. I was so mad. And after that, I didn't speak to either of them. I was so mad. I couldn't sleep that night because my stomach was rumbling so loudly. But once Amy had fallen asleep, James reached into his pocket and handed me a biscuit. I swear I almost kissed him right there and then. This was why I had a crush on him. He was actually a good guy, even if he had a demon for a girlfriend. For the next few nights, we got into a bit of a routine. After Amy fell asleep, we'd lie there and hold hands. And one night, James came right up to me, and I could tell he was about to kiss me. But Amy started murmuring in her sleep, and he quickly moved over to her and held her. It drove her and held her. It drove me crazy. After we'd been down there for like 6 days, things were really starting to smell. The toilet
Yay, new setting.
Things were really starting to smell. The toilet, my clothes, it was nasty. And still, James and I hadn't shared a kiss. But for some reason, Amy still looked good. That day I noticed she didn't get up. It was like she'd given up on shouting for help, but it bothered me.
Yeah, good and quack. Just look at the resolution. Yeah, Amy still looks good. Also some nice outlines. So yeah, Amy still looks good.
Still looked good. That day I noticed she didn't get up. It was like she'd given up on shouting for help, but it bothered me. Why should she get to sit there and chill? So I told her I'd just seen a huge spider, and I've never seen her run so fast. She
Nice to use animation. They use this animation a lot too. And more on the anime one. Although why are essentially drill?
sit there and chill. So I told her I'd just seen
Yeah, drill looks like it. Yeah, see that chipmunk. This is basically how most of the migratory move.
I told her I'd just seen a huge
Yep. On top of it, chipmunk. And actually, I was getting typed constantly, but then that's just my story anyways.
spider, and I've never seen her run so fast. She raced up the stairs to where James was, and I
How do you go up the stairs? How did you go up the stairs? Oh, you just close up them. And then disappear. Like those steps are super steep. And then yeah. And there's like no attendant giving depth whatsoever. You're really just moving up, straight up.
raced up the stairs to where James was, and I immediately went over to where she'd been sitting. I just had this feeling she was hiding something, like another pack of biscuits. But I found something much bigger. Under where she'd been sitting was a loose part of the floorboard. I lifted it up and couldn't believe what I was seeing. There was so much
Exactly, you have to capture the video.
stuff down there. Beauty products, food, a battery pack, even clothes. Oh my gosh. What?
Yeah, that's a power bank. No, that isn't. No, that is a fake question.
What's going on? I didn't have time to put the floorboard back before James appeared to find the spider. I whispered that Amy had been hiding stuff. James came running over and pulled out her phone. He knew her password and typed it in quickly. Then he saw some messages that said things like, I need to find a way to stop him going off to college. I'm
I need to find a way to stop him going off to college. Stop.
scared he'll leave me. As he was reading them and I was eating one of her secret chocolate bars, she came
Yep, this is how you buy this. Is a huge circle. Yep. This is a smooth bike.
down the stairs. What are you doing? She screamed, but it was too late. We caught.
What are you doing, Chief Green? The script. This feels like he's reading off he's reading a book. He's just reading a book. Like, I asked Chief Green. He asked. I Green. I you said. It's like reading a book. You will find. Instead of going in a book. In a story book. Story books and videos are not formatted like that.
caught her red-handed. She tried to grab her phone back from James, but he wouldn't give it to her. Eventually, she broke down and said that she didn't want James to leave her for college, so she planned this. Her for college, so she planned this. But she had only meant for them to be stuck down there for 1 or 2 days. Then she said I'd ruined it all by turning up and getting them locked in here. But there was something else. While she'd been talking, I'd been digging around, and inside a pair of her socks was a key. I held it in my hands and watched as James went crazy at Amy. He said he couldn't believe he dated such a psycho and that she'd officially ruined his life. Then the best part of all, he turned to me and apologized. He said he was sorry he treated me so badly, but actually he'd realized how amazing I was and had enjoyed our sneaky hand-holding sessions while Amy slept. At that, Amy went berserk. She ran towards me and I quickly jumped away. Then I watched as she dug around inside her secret hiding place. Looking for this? I asked, swinging the key in my hand. Then I turned to James and said, she's been hiding this key the whole time. Before Amy could get to it, I ran up the stairs and undid the lock. James was right behind me and we both climbed out and collapsed onto the ground laughing. We were free. As Amy climbed out, I thought she was kick me or something, but she just stormed off, and James shouted off, and James shouted after her, that's right, keep walking, I never want to see your face again. Finally, she was gone, and James turned to me and gave me the biggest kiss ever. We could see the janitor running the janitor running towards us, and before all hell broke loose with our parents about before all hell broke loose with our parents about where we'd been for the past week, James asked for my number, and now we're about to go on our first proper date. The worst week of my life just became the best week. The best week. Became the best week.
Okay, while I was doing this stuff, oh yeah, but yeah, I didn't even think about it. But just look at this spam of like 20 the FBI side related to ACD. I am 1 year I mean, why did like when I have to change my name this long name? Maybe for Emma Preston. Rolling. Just Hayden. You blocked Danny, my older sister. You weren't born in 2003. I was born in 2003. Think BCC is premiering. I think BCC is premiering. I got a notification for that. Stop disliking story video. Are you iOS user, Emma? I see I was talking about this. Telling the story. Yeah, you are some nice yeah, OBS. So you made a rant on me. So this is what happens to me all this. Stop disliking story videos, I always said. And there's a reason why I'm doing it. These actually are storybook picture. And that is much better. Very PSE sound. I don't know what happened then. Okay, so let's see. What is East is? I'm Animator. You're not food. Yep. Now if I get something else, yep. Coinless and behind you, yeah. Very like really pretty, very like that. Very uncomfortable. So what is it?
So this
Bad thing. Oh, guess what? They actually have subtitles like. This. Oh, there's gonna be some stuff going on with this with the auto caption. I won't be telling anyone my dad's secret. I'm going to keep him secret. Obviously, they'll make the whole video about secrets. Okay. Well, my story I made is only right now. Let's see, to 30 minutes. There are no secrets that kind of not revealed. Same vaccine. Okay, about secrets. Yay.
everyone has secrets, right? I know I do, and you probably do too. But I doubt
I know I do, and you probably do too. Yeah. Yeah, but I born in 2003 because that's my the FBI side doubt that. Let's say that it's actually the case.
there's anyone out there that has as many secrets as my parents. It all started.
There's a new secret to my parents. And actually there are. There are like, I know, billions of people. You know what? I'm pretty sure there are some people out there that have as many secrets as they have.
Started at my 10th birthday party when two people rocked up and spilled the beans on the first dark secret my parents had been hiding from me. I was having the best day of my life. Finally,
They spilled the beans. Yep. They spilled the beans on a book. I.
my parents had agreed to let me throw the princess party of my dreams.
Oh, look at what I'm seeing. Street Fighter? I wonder why. Oh yeah, they just want to go random references. Without actually taking the time to polish up the animation.
And all the girls from my class were invited. I was going to one of the best all-girl private schools in the country. And every time someone's birthday rolled around,
It is classic. They couldn't even make it picture match with the background.
we compete to go to the best party. So this year,
That was not even a fight. They were just standing there. They were just standing there. There was like round one fight. There was like no fight whatsoever. Because I was just sort of fighting scene.
I knew I'd win because my parents had gone all out and even rented an actual unicorn. Okay, obviously it was a horse with a horn, but you get the picture. Plus my house was an actual mansion, and I knew
Then why even bring up that unicorn thing? Oh yeah, right. Time.
all the girls would be jealous when they saw it. And yep, I was right. Everyone was impressed. Everyone except Bella.
Everyone except Bella. Yeah, Bella.
I only invited Bella because she was the most popular girl in our class. But when she gave me my gift, I regretted ever inviting her. She handed it over with a smirk, and when I opened it, she said, "Surprise! My mommy didn't believe you actually lived in a mansion because you smell so bad. So she thought maybe you could do with some soap." Bella had just
They love putting in their logo. My story animated beauty soap makes you 50% uglier. Although there's some nice optical illusion shenanigans going on here. Look at that little one.
some soap. Bella had just ruined everything. It was so awkward, and what made it worse was that all the girls were laughing at me. All of them except for my BFF Sarah. I was seriously about to cry, but suddenly a car came revving up the driveway, and things were about to get much worse than a bar of soap and Bella the bully. It was the old couple who lived next door to us, who worked for my parents. They made such a scene and started screaming at my parents, saying it wasn't okay to have a party without their permission, and why hadn't they been invited? I didn't understand what was going on, but as they shouted at my dad, my mom gathered up all the girls and took them to the gate to wait for their parents. My party was a disaster, but not as much of a disaster as what I was about to find out. After everyone had left and Bella had shouted, back at me, "Your party is the worst party I've ever been to in my life, you loser." My parents sat me down and told me they had something to tell me. Turns out the mansion didn't belong to us. In actual fact, the old couple owned it, and they didn't work for my parents. Nope, my parents worked for them. My mom was a cleaner and my dad was a gardener. I didn't understand. Why would they lie to me like this? Then they told me that the only reason I went to that rich girl school was because the old couple paid for it, and that I had better behave, or they might stop paying my fees. Honestly, I didn't care anymore. I didn't want to go back to school anyway because Bella would have already told everyone what a poor little peasant I was. That was a huge turning point for me. Not just discovering that my parents had lied to me, but that actually they were dirt poor. We were a charity case, and if it weren't for that old couple, would we have to live on the street? I was so mad at my parents. for a charity case. And if it weren't for that old couple, would we have to live on the streets? I was so mad at my parents. They were so ashamed and kept apologizing to me, saying they just wanted me to have the life I deserved. But I was a smart kid. I knew there was more to it.
Tell me where glasses? Where do you get the glasses from? Also, nice question on glasses. That doesn't even have glass, so why are you even wearing glasses when they're completely pointed?
And I was going to find out exactly what was going on. Word got out quickly, and Bella made my life hell. One day I got to school, and she was standing outside with a box that said, "Money for the poor, aka Sasha." I couldn't believe it. People were actually dropping money in there. It was humiliating. I immediately went to find my
Okay then. Oh, okay. Now that looks, like something else entirely. So, let me explain. You see this? Yeah, my animators love doing this. Like, and you can tell that they're just lazy. And they're doing it, like, I count it. Done it, they've done it. And they've done it over 70 times. With the same fight over and over and over again. Because they're too lazy to make actual running animations. That's what they do. And it's always done for a strange purpose, just so because they're running animations. Yeah, I know I've done this a lot too. Like, a whole lot. But then, I'm still nowhere near as lazy as my animators. I don't just use the same animation over and over and over and over and over again. And I'm actually doing things with it. And yet, yeah. That's why I never find what I was doing. But guess what? Definitely. But yeah, I'm definitely not as lazy as my animators. Yeah, okay, this is from my anime. But yeah, I'm being a bit creative when it comes to this. So here's my banner, and these is like various examples. Nothing doing it. Just using a scope. And as you hear, it's the Alice is all holding onto this. And now this one, will work better if I actually add a background. A separate background. Yeah, I've done this. Yeah. Yeah. Now this is also from my story animated. Yeah. Right.
BFF and told her I was feeling suspicious. Even she agreed that it didn't make sense that my parents were poor because she'd seen my dad out in a Porsche before, and my mom had all those fancy clothes. Suddenly I thought, what if my parents had just been robbing the old couple? But then my BFF said maybe my parents were hiding from someone. Maybe they'd done something bad and were undercover peasants. After that, I started investigating. Anytime my parents were working, I'd snoop around in their room. My BFF was right. They had so many expensive their room. My BFF was right. They had so many expensive things. Why were they working as a cleaner and gardener? I decided to just go and ask the old couple. They liked me a lot, and now that I knew it was them that paid for my school fees and bought me all these fancy clothes, surely they'd tell me what my parents were really up to. I saw my mom cleaning their kitchen and felt so stupid. How had I been so blind before? I went to look for the old woman, but I heard her shouting and quickly ran to hide in the hall. And then I heard someone respond. Oh my gosh, she was shouting at my dad. She said, "You're putting their lives in danger. I don't want you living under this roof anymore." Then she stormed off. I ran back to our house before they noticed me. Okay, so my dad had obviously done something bad. But what had he done? I wanted to help him, but that night him and my mom were fighting, and I'd never heard them fight before. They were like the perfect couple. Our whole life was going downhill, and I couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear it. The next morning, I decided I had to speak to my dad, but when I went through the kitchen, he wasn't there. Instead, I found a note that said, "You'll both be better off without me. Sorry, girls." Oh my god, he was gone. I ran to wake up my mom and told her, and she just started screaming. I was too young to know what to do, so I went straight to the old couple's house and asked them to come help. This was all their fault. If the old woman hadn't shouted at my dad the day before, maybe he'd still be here. I thought the old couple would be upset. After all, who would do their gardening now? But they were the opposite of upset. The old woman started laughing and said she'd been waiting for this moment for years. I felt disgusted by her. How could she talk about my dad like that? The old couple started comforting my mom, and I wanted them to get off her. To get off her. Why was my mom even letting them hug her? And then she told me something that sent my whole body into shock. They said now that my dad was on, we could come live in the big house where we belonged. Then my mom just lost it. She pushed them away and said, "When will you stop? I don't want to live with you. You've ruined my life." The old woman tried to reach out for my mom to calm her down, but my mom just screamed, "Mom, will you just leave me alone?" I couldn't believe it. Mom? But my mom had told me my grandparents had passed away years ago. So these people were my grandparents? Over the next few days, my mom cried nonstop, and eventually she agreed for us to move into the big house with her parents. I felt really uncomfortable with how many secrets were coming out. I just wanted to see my dad, but we couldn't get in touch with him at all. It was like he disappeared, and the whole time my grandparents kept saying that I should try and forget him. He'd abandoned us. I didn't believe them though. My dad would never have done that. He loved us so much. You'd think I'd be happy now that I finally got to live in the mansion like a real princess, right? But it was horrible. My grandparents told me how my dad had gotten my mom pregnant when she was really young, and they didn't approve of him or his family. So the only way they could be together was if they worked for my grandparents. So the only way they could be together was if they worked for my grandparents. I was so confused. My dad didn't even have a family. He lived in a foster home, or at least that's what they told me. By this point, I didn't know what to believe anymore. Bella soon found out that I was actually rich and not just some gardener's kid, and suddenly she wanted to be my friend again. Her grandmother was friends with my grandmother, and she knew so much about what was going on, it made me sick. She told everyone at school that my dad had run away, but that it was okay because now I got to live in the mansion again, and she expected me to want to be her friend? Yeah, right. Instead, I left a bar of soap on her desk with a note. That said, use this to wash your mouth out. Huh, served her right. So there I was, a rich kid like I'd always thought I was, but with no dad. A few years passed, and still we never heard from him. I started to believe my grandmother that he really had abandoned us, but the older I got, the more passed, and still we never heard from him. I started to believe my grandmother that he really had abandoned us. But the older I got, the more I felt like that he really had abandoned us. But the older I got,
One year. One year. So that's the only reason they put it in my references. Because 1 year, 1 year. No, sir, I don't get it. Yeah, one of like an extra life. 1 year is not that. Yeah.
the more I felt like there was something else going on too. It bothered me how much my mom was fine with it. Like after a while, she just accepted it and said life goes on. But she couldn't fool me. I heard her crying, and sometimes I heard her wander.
This looks twice in this palm. Why do I sense the feeling this is like from the almond out or something like that? Like this is the skin color. Yeah. I could be all in mistaken, but yeah, you might be. Yeah, like something along the lines of young or not. Although night shadow.
Wandering around at night, just like me, she wasn't sleeping well. And I'm not joking, but I started to feel like someone was following me. One day, I was walking home from school with my BFF, and we heard a rustling sound in the bushes. It was winter, so it was already getting dark, and my BFF started screaming. I told her to keep quiet, and that I just read in a detective book that the #1 rule if you were being followed was to pretend like you were none the wiser. But she just started running
And here we go again.
and left me there all alone. Geez, some friend she was being. I kept walking home and tried to act as normal as possible, but I was seriously being followed. Eventually, I couldn't handle it anymore, so I
Make no money or anything. So why even bother? But yeah, seriously, telling my
being followed. Eventually, I couldn't handle it anymore, so I ducked behind a parked car and waited for my stalker to catch up to me. I was going to give him a fright, but when I leapt out and said, "Gotcha!" it ended up being a little
gotcha. I just double off the screen.
old lady, and she almost fell over. I felt so bad and ran to help her and apologized, but she said it was okay and that I'd better hurry home because it was too late for a girl like me to be out. She was staring at me in a really creepy way though, and I couldn't get her face out of my head. It was kind of weird. Had she been following me? Someone was. I could feel it. I started to think maybe it was my dad, and I really got my hopes up. Not a day had gone by that me and my mom hadn't thought about him, but at the same time, I was angry at him. Well, it wasn't my dad following me. About a week later, I was sitting in the park and the stalker turned up. At first, I didn't realize who it was, but then it came back to me. It was the old lady from the week before. She asked if she could sit next to me, and then she turned to me and said, "I've been looking for you, Sasha." Whoa, this was crazy. How did she know my name? She told me there was something of mine she wanted to show me, and asked me to follow her, but she said I had to be quick or they might see us together. I had no idea what she was talking about and started to panic, but she had taken hold of my hand, and for such a little old woman,
So much that it could wet. Like, how is he holding my hand? Is that yeah, it's meant to it? And just like when I really before me like hold well like I don't have the wrist hand as I said like I don't know that thousands times at this point.
she was seriously strong. Plus, she seemed harmless, even if she had been following me and knew my name. We climbed into a car, and she told the driver to hurry. Suddenly, we were driving through the city so fast, and I realized I'd done exactly what no kid should ever do, get into a stranger's car. I asked her what she wanted with me, and she said I'd soon find out, but I didn't find out. The car came to a stop, and I opened the door to climb out, but suddenly someone grabbed me and said that the old woman
Someone grab you. And let's look at the spring.
But suddenly someone grabbed me and said that the old woman was dangerous, and I needed to go with them quickly. It all happened so fast.
Yeah, and so fast. Yeah. Yeah. So he's not holding up on me. And she's like flying.
I didn't have time to think. Then I noticed my grandfather
And suddenly you got Eli.
was in the back of the other car, and I got in beside him.
You're gonna car beside him. There's a bunch of lines. That lawyer made him a saint. You want a straight line? Yep. That looks like a transitional effect more than anything else. I've never seen a scene like this. There's no idea. It's full line. And how heavy is this car? Probably not as heavy at all. Animation.
I got in beside him. The old woman was standing outside the house shouting, and as I looked back, I swear I saw my dad's face in the window. This was too much. I asked my grandfather what was going on, and he said that the old woman was crazy and had been following me. I asked how he knew this, and he said my bodyguard told him. Huh? I had a bodyguard? This was insane. My grandfather just laughed and said of course I needed a bodyguard, because what if my dad came back and tried to steal me away from them? At that moment, I wished my dad would do that. I then asked my grandfather to tell me where my dad
Locating dad. Again, another reference.
was, and he said he was gone and it was better that way, but I didn't tell him.
Yeah, yeah, you were looking at for from far away. Yeah, how you explain it? Like, yeah, because you're like really far away.
Was that I just seen his face at the window. I was going to take matters into my own hands and go there and find out what was going on once and for all. The next day, I went to school as usual and told my BFF to cover for me. I told her I wouldn't be long, but that if anyone asked, just to tell them I was sick and had gone to the clinic. I snuck out after our first class and tried my best to remember the way to the house I'd seen my dad in. I couldn't believe I might get to see my dad again after all these years. I finally arrived at the house and it didn't look like anyone was home, but still, I knocked. When no one answered, I started to get nervous. I ran around to the other side of the house and started.
So yeah, like I've seen it done on in association with Sonic. Yeah, nice. Wow, yeah. Pretty hab bitte nicht stören an dem Schild dran gemacht. Ja, ja, ja. Yeah, you put it, you want to disturb time in front of and parents coming anyway. And just maybe struggle to turn off the audio. Yeah. I was going to disorganize my deal.
Finally arrived at the house and it didn't look like anyone was home, but still, I knocked. When no one answered, I started to get nervous. I ran around to the other side.
That looks great, isn't it? When I can pause it, this looks great, isn't it? There's no way they didn't trace that. Like the way the eyes look, the art style, the sprite itself, they definitely traced it.
the house and started shouting, "Dad!" Suddenly he appeared at the back door and grabbed me quickly and brought me inside. I couldn't stop hugging him and he was crying. We stood there hugging for what felt like forever. Then I started shouting at him. All my anger came pouring out and I asked how he could just leave us like that. He said he hadn't wanted to, but he felt useless and didn't think we deserved to live that way any longer. Oh, it felt so good to see him again. He told me he was making a plan so he could come visit soon, but there was some stuff he had to take care of first. Then he told me I'd better get back to school before anyone realized I'd snuck out. I told him I didn't want to leave, but he said I had to. And then I noticed all the photos on the walls. Photos of my dad and another woman and 2 kids. I looked around the house and suddenly felt sick. Did my dad have a secret family? How could he do this to us? No wonder my grandparents didn't approve. He was a cheat. He saw me looking around and he said it wasn't what it looked like. But it was too late. I had to get out of there. I ran for the door, and then I noticed the old lady. But it was too late. I had to get out of there. I ran for the door, and then I noticed the old lady coming down the stairs. She looked coming down the stairs. There. I ran for the door, and then I noticed the But it was too late. I had to get out of there. I ran for the door. And then I noticed the old lady coming down the stairs. She looked so happy to see me, but I just ran right out the door. My dad was nothing but a liar. I started running down the street and that car pulled up again. This time my mom jumped out and told me to get in. I was so happy to see her, but I couldn't stop crying and asked if she knew that dad was cheating on her. Suddenly the other door opened and my dad climbed in. I told him to get away from us, but both my parents just told me to calm down and that I was old enough to know now. My dad is an undercover agent. Yup, he's a spy. Everything he's done so far is to protect us. My grandparents were really not happy about it because there had been some scary situations over the years. So that's why he'd left us. But he wasn't living with some other family. He was living with his mom, who just happened to be the old woman who stalked me. She had been looking for me because she couldn't bear to see her son so unhappy without being able to see me. She was just trying to help, but it could have been dangerous for us. Oh, and the pics of the other woman and kids were his sister and her kids. Oh my god, I had cousins. Now that I was 15, my parents thought I should know the truth, but they said it would still make things tricky. Then I thought to myself, how come they weren't crying at seeing each other again? Well, looks like they kept another secret too. This whole time they've been sneaking behind my back seeing each other. Now it all makes sense. The noises I'd heard in the night were my mom sneaking out. To be honest, I'm still processing it all. It's a lot for a kid to take in, but it does kind of make me laugh. Can you imagine what Bella would say if she knew my dad was a spy? Now who's a loser? My cool status just went way up. But obviously I won't be telling anyone. Just went way up. But obviously I won't be telling anyone. Let's just say I'm a pro at keeping secrets now.
To the whole world. Just look at it like this, I believe. Yeah, 69,895 people like tweeting, and somebody who leaked her secret. Let me just search it up on Google. Facebook. I did pretend I didn't know. I pretend I don't know my mom is lying to me every day. That's my story, animated story. Right in the middle on. Nope. Story. Reddit. My mom lies to me about everything, and I don't know what to do about it. Not that it's the actual story that they took, but Wattpad. And sorry, you find some similar stories on Reddit and Wattpad. This seems very too similar. So yeah, comment. SSFBI. And how stuff is still going. Just say. All the video accounts are clickbait. The I'm hungry mom never happened. Yep. I was about to ask me the same thing. But I love public toilet. So yeah, video thumbnails are complete clickbait. And there's no suggest like you don't have to like for the entire video, and you didn't have to like there's nothing like that anywhere. Thousands of people now with the secret now. This person is good at keeping secret, and then he leads the secret to 2.8 million people. Good job. XP what? Okay, what time is that? Can I do that? Is this Wattpad? So what you are addicting? What an animated story. This is very good because it is a story. It is very good. Yeah, watching somebody leak all her secrets to 2.8 million people. The story that's most certainly taken from Reddit. I have a secret by coughing. No, my mom, I don't know. Even my dad. Looks like aqua crying.
So happy to see her, but I couldn't stop.
Kinda. Kinda, except it's 2D animated and it's two colors, like it's gray and blue. Oh, and the black outline, and not the third color. So this is a less detailed aqua crying. The tracing just doesn't stop. Just for talking to people that your dad is a spy. Well, how is that a secret? E. Why does your dad look so hot as an animation? I don't know. Comment super reference. You can send me later. Facecam. Gee. Can I please get a shower? Oh, 52 of it. They're amazing. Yeah. Some nice lazy animations. The story was crazy and totally not stolen from Reddit. I don't understand anything. I don't like it. Pro at peak 5 steps now. 1000 for 2.775924 people. 50. You have not be a superwoman. Yeah. I may pro at that is not too complicated story. I like how Michael and I put it anime references. I like how Michael and I put it a lot of type. And yeah. But I mean, I thought it was an Among Us video when I looked up on an Among Us video. Yep, that's this. Totally looks like Among Us. 100%. Yeah, how about Caesar video? Joy in looking and comprehending is nature's most beautiful gift. Albert Einstein. What's with these random quotes in the video? There's nothing in the video. And again, the description is just don't forget to like and subscribe. When I tell you, like, guys, comment. Give another video. Maybe you like your own comment. Yay! My AirPods will still connected, so I have to save up more for new AirPods. Or you can just reconnect them on your phone, your AirPods. Okay. So yeah.
Hi, my name's Chloe. People say that my head is always up.
Okay, that sounds famous. But yes. The last video was 24th, yeah. Yeah, that's funny, it's fluctuating, it's like all over the place.
In the clouds. I guess I do spend a lot of time fantasizing. But you would too if you were in love. I'm in love with Michael. Isn't that...
What was that? What was that? My OER. Like and subscribe to my OER. Yes, thanks.
In love with Michael. Isn't that just the most romantic name? I can't help but think of the day when he'll finally ask me out. I bet we'll end up together. They say that 25% of women marry their first love.
I heard that. Why is it now? That's phone now. Yeah. Don't you really know it? Yep. So this way, I'm just following on sound.
Loves. Watch out! A voice cried from behind me.
Watch out! A voice cried from behind me.
I felt a pair of strong hands pulling me back. A moment later, I was down on the floor and a car horn was blaring in my ear. I scrambled away from the curb. That car nearly hit me. With my heart painfully pounding, I turned around to see who pulled me back. OMG, it's Michael. Are you hurt? He cried. Didn't you see the red light? You can't cross the street yet. I'm okay, I stammered. My heart wasn't just pounding because of the car now. Michael's face was just a few inches away from mine. Suddenly, he sucked in his breath. Is that your phone? He gasped and pointed to something on the ground. Oh no, I moaned as I gingerly picked up my phone. The screen was completely shattered. I must have dropped it. Michael helped me.
Is that really something to put on your wall? And no, I'm not gonna subscribe. Get that thing out of there.
Me up, but I could only stand there and look horrified. Michael lightly touched my shoulder and asked me if I was okay. I could only nod when he said that he had to go because he was late for the game. I didn't know if I was feeling more horrified with Michael seeing me so stupid or for my phone getting destroyed. I dreaded going home. I knew I was going to get an earful from my parents. True enough, when I got to the kitchen, I told my mom about needing a new phone. What happened this time? She asked with irritation. I swear, Chloe, that's the third phone you've ruined. I couldn't even tell. That I almost got run over. That would get me so grounded for the rest of my life. Can I get a new phone? Please? I begged.
Why has this background thing that only has the 16 seconds, 16 frames before it happens the next scene?
Can I get a new phone? Please? I begged. It worked the last time, but my mom just shook her head. If you want a new phone, you'll have to earn the money to buy your own. She said, we're not spending any more because you're not paying attention to your surroundings. Chloe, you have to focus on the real world. Stop daydreaming. I felt too sad to argue. How was I going to survive without my phone? Then I remembered my AirPods. Ugh. No, they were connected to my phone. I tried to disconnect the Bluetooth connection, but the screen was shattered. I guess I'll have to save up more money. For AirPods as well. I sadly placed my AirPods on top of the flour canisters on the kitchen counter. I didn't want to hold them anymore. A few hours later, I was lying on my bed when Jasmine came in. I've been calling you the whole day. Why aren't you answering? She asked. So I heard that you...
And what AirPods have to find out what vibrating your stomach. What does any of that have to do with the story?
So I heard that you broke your phone again. An irritating voice said at the doorstep. I turned and saw my brother Chris. It's none of your business, I told him. Even if he's just a year older than me, he always acts so superior. He's such a pain. Just leave me alone, I muttered. I'm going, he grinned. I just can't wait to tell Mac another Klutz Chloe story. Stop using that name, I shouted back as he closed the door. And stop telling people about me. I sighed and realized that there were other, more important things to think about right now. Jasmine and I had to think about project for our business class. We needed to make a real business and to make it happen. Whoever... Whoever earned the most money from that project gets an automatic A. I hope we earn enough from this, she said. I nodded. I needed some money for a new phone. We just needed a great idea for a business. Our first idea was simple. It was walking dogs. I mean, how hard can that be? But apparently, Jasmine and I didn't think it through well enough. On the very first day of dog walking, we had to walk 8 dogs. Neither Jasmine nor I realized that we might have a problem making... These dogs obey. Stop barking, Jasmine cried to Miss Penny's chihuahua. Mr. Elliott's Labrador can eat you for breakfast, but all that shouting and pulling at leashes?
Don't know what walking dog has to do with the topic of the video.
Didn't work. The dogs were going crazy. A few moments later, Jasmine and I were in the middle of a furry island, and the dogs... were trying to jump on each other. We couldn't even move because our legs got tangled up with the leashes. Can I offer you ladies some help?
just split up. And it'll be out of line rope thing.
Can I offer you ladies some help? Said a voice from nearby. I turned around and saw Michael. I can't believe he's seen me again, looking like a complete idiot. He whistled and whispered a few words to the dogs. He must have done some magic. The dogs started to calm down, but I was getting hypnotized by his voice too. Hey, Jasmine. Jasmine hissed as she elbowed me. We're loose now. She thanked Michael and practically pushed me to keep on walking. Let's get this dog walking over and done with today, she said, looking and feeling angry. Let's get these dogs back to their owners. This is a terrible idea. So I guess Jasmine and I were back on square one. We needed another business idea. I got it, Jasmine cried when she saw me the next day. I thought about it last night. I couldn't call you though. Don't remind me. I sighed. I still can't believe that I'm surviving this long without a phone. I felt so detached from the whole world. But Jasmine's idea was actually kind of cool. We decided to make cute picture frames with strips of colorful paper and glue. Jasmine saw some online, and they were in demand. We can use these beads and glitter too, I added. We were sure that people would line up to buy our creations. We spent the next few days making them, and they turned out really well. I bet even boys will buy these for their girlfriends, Jasmine said while we were lining them up on the porch to dry. Remember Jasmine going home that day. So I was startled when my mom started shouting by the front door. Chloe, it's raining so hard now.
Two black things. Lovely. If one black thing wasn't enough, now you have two black things.
Chloe, it's raining so hard now. Didn't you hear the thunder? She yelled. Are these your crafts on the porch? They're drenched. I ran outside and felt my heart drop to my stomach. Mom was right. Some of the frames were on the floor. Some of them were drowning in puddles. Even my favorite pretty pink one was ruined. Jasmine's going to kill me, I groaned. But oddly enough, she didn't. When I told her the news the next day in school, she just shrugged. It's a blessing in disguise, actually, she said. I thought it over and realized that my idea was pretty lame. I mean, who needs a picture frame when you've got pictures on your phone? I wouldn't know, I reminded her with a sigh. I was starting to realize that I would have to live a few more months without a phone unless we made some real money. Come on, Chloe, Jasmine said. This is supposed to be an easy project. We just have to think of a business. Once we have a great idea, it'll be a piece of cake. I jumped up and squealed. That's it! Come on, Chloe, Jasmine said. This is supposed to be an easy project. We just have to think of a business. Once we have a great idea, it'll be a piece of cake. I jumped up and squealed. That's it! It was the best idea ever. The easiest way for us to make some money and an automatic A was to provide people with what they loved the most. The answer was food. So Jasmine and I got it. We just have to think of a business. Once we have pretty lame. I mean, who needs a picture frame when you've got pictures on your phone? I wouldn't know, I reminded her with a sigh. I was starting to realize that I would have to live a few more months without a phone unless we made some real money. Come on, Chloe, Jasmine said. This is supposed to be an easy project. We just have to think of a business. Once we have a great idea, it'll be a piece of cake. I jumped up and squealed. That's it! It was the best idea ever. The easiest way for us to make some money and an automatic A was to provide people with what they loved the most. The answer was food. So Jasmine Jasmine and I got working. We had an avalanche of recipes: baking materials, flour, eggs, sugar, and tons of sprinkles. For one whole day, it was her face. "We have the best project, and you're finally going out with Michael," she squealed. I'm so happy. The hours couldn't pass fast enough. But finally, all our cupcakes were sold. Jasmine offered to add up all the money herself so I could go home and get ready. But that's when I started to feel funny. It felt like there were huge butterflies in my stomach. I figured that I was just excited and nervous about my date. I prayed that I wouldn't humiliate myself in front of Michael. I was massaging my grumbling stomach when Chris popped inside my room. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. Then he saw my phone on my desk. "Hey, someone's calling you." I told him not to mind it. I wouldn't be able to answer it anyway. Chris suddenly looked at me, then back at the phone. "What?" I groaned. "Nothing," he said, and there was a twinkle in his eyes again. "What's with the fancy face?" he added. "Do you have a date or something?" I nodded once, still massaging my tummy. Chris made a gagging noise. "Who'd want to date you?" he asked with a smirk. I smirked back at him. "You'd be surprised," I replied as I left, praying that my stomach would settle down. I finally got to the coffee house and sighed happily when I saw Michael. We sat and sipped our coffee. We talked and laughed. I've known him for a while now, but I had no idea that he would be this great. My tummy kept groaning and buzzing. But I tried to ignore it. When I checked my watch, I sighed. I didn't want our date to end, but I had a curfew. Michael offered to drive me home. I was starting to feel all tingly and excited. Will he kiss me goodbye? He opened my door like a gentleman and walked to the driver's side. Suddenly, in the quiet of the car, I heard a voice. "Kiss him! Kiss him!" I looked over at Michael, who was just getting in. "Kiss him," the voice said again. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Oh my goodness. Was it fate, or was God talking to me? I looked at Michael again to see if he noticed anything, but he was busy fiddling with the stereo. "Kiss him," I heard one more time. So I did. His face was just inches from mine. I bent my head to catch his lips. I closed my eyes, and that kiss was the most wonderful thing in the world. Then suddenly, I felt a jolt in my stomach. I covered my mouth and started to heave. What's wrong? Was I that bad? Michael gasped. I tried to shake my head, but I couldn't. The only thing that my body allowed me to do was to lean down and puke. Coffee came out. The cupcake came out, and I felt something else pop out. I was too horrified. Came out, and I felt something else pop out. I was too horrified to open my eyes and look. "What's that?" Michael said while looking at the yucky brown gunk on his car floor. I opened my eyes. "Is that an AirPod?" he gasped. My eyes flew wide open, and I looked closer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. How did I ever manage to eat an AirPod? And then what I was seeing. How did I ever manage to eat an AirPod? Then I remembered the cupcake. A lot of things fell on the kitchen counter while I was baking. The AirPod. AirPod must have landed on one and I ate it. My The AirPod must have landed on one. And I ate it. Michael became very quiet as he started the car. All the while, I sat and felt absolutely humiliated. I took a quick glance at him, and I was surprised to see his shoulders shaking. I'm so sorry, I gasped. Michael couldn't keep it in anymore. He pulled over and started to laugh. He laughed for so long, and each second that passed made me feel worse. You're really something else, he said between gasps. I felt so hurt. How could he be so mean? No, wait, he hurriedly added when he saw my face. What I meant was that you're amazing. Every minute with you is like an adventure. I love how crazy and unpredictable you are. Somehow, even with puke on the floor, I managed to smile and melt with his words. Michael practically said that he loved me. He dropped me off and said that he would just have his car cleaned. He promised to come back in a little while. I think I floated all the way to the front door and found my parents in the living room. Great news. My dad said when he saw me. Jasmine called. She said that your bake sale earned the most money. You won. My parents went over to hug me. Then my mom took out a box. We are so proud of how you really focused on this project, Chloe, she said with a smile. I think that merits a reward too. Here. She handed me the box and there was a new phone inside. Wow, I cried. Thank you. Wow, I cried. Thank you. They spent the next hour gushing over me, saying that I was probably going to grow up to be a business tycoon or something. Chris even came over and patted me on the head. You're not such a loser after all, he said. I tried to take it as a compliment. How was your date? Did he even kiss you? I stared at Chris. Suddenly, things began to click into place. He knew all about the AirPod. He saw it falling into the batter. He saw me clutching my tummy when my phone was lighting up. He knew that I swallowed one, and it was His voice I heard. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and I jumped up. Michael grinned at me. Hey, Mac. My brother cried. Come on in, let's watch the game. Michael shook his head. Sorry, dude. I have other plans tonight. I saw my brother's jaw fall open when Michael reached out to hold my hand. His head. Sorry, dude. I have other plans tonight. I saw my brother's jaw. His voice I heard. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and I jumped up. Michael grinned at me. Hey, Mac. My brother cried. Come on in, let's watch the game. Michael shook his head. Sorry, dude. I have other plans tonight. I saw my brother's jaw fall open when Michael reached out to hold my hand. Were you calling my phone today? I asked my brother sweetly. It was so nice of you to check up on me. My date went great, by the way. This has been My date went great, by the way. This has been a perfect day, even with all the puking. I got a phone, an A, and a kiss. And I'll never forget the look on my brother's face when he finally realized that his little sister is dating his best friend.
Yes, and I already a millionaire. His name is Michael. Isn't that the most romantic name? I can't fake. I'm pretty sure that. You know that AirPods cannot fall into a fully baked cupcake. And it is not eat a cupcake. It's a cupcake now if you want. And it's just a packet of coffee. So unpredictable. Troy is my name too. Yeah, wow. My taco. Yeah, and maybe Troy is no name. And you might tell me sometimes why I too. Not meaning I am hungry. This best crap. The end. Me being Tyler and Sammy Joey mind saying one thing but after my saying is an onslaught. DB1, they think HKKK and some animal emoji. Pause on your surrounding and your swell ending or no phone and AirPods. I have to eat them. Oh. When Michael did ask me, relay uses hungry. Girl uses hungry. I pond. I love food and my story and name. My boyfriend right away with my stomach. How you swallow an AirPod? Do you not chew? Yeah, the same question. How you swallow an AirPod? And how does an AirPod end up in a cupcake? In a big cupcake? Always the best document. Total ugly cupcake. Almost. Ugh, this is so cringe. This is what it was a thing tab.
And I felt something else. Watch out! And I felt something else.
Yep. These are supposed to be AirPods. No, this is the AirPods. That's some art. This is though, it was a thing tab. It was a vibrator all along. I thought that you expected it. This was disappointing. I expected a much better story. Honestly, I expected a much better story as well. Especially considering the fact that in multiple minutes, like 10 minutes, for them to get to the topic of the video. This is Wattpad stories, narrated and integer. Let me just copy this real quick. Wattpad. Now some of them may have a completely different title. Well, if we are actually engaging from the A title. Mom, can you get me an iPhone? You need an AirPod. The hot flipper taking your screen. Oh my. I'm not doing this screen grab thing. Yes, I said screen grab. It's amazing thing. In love with fictional character. Hi Chloe, my name is Chloe Eslo. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be as well, but
in front of Michael. I was massaging my groin. Humiliate myself in front of Michael.
What do you mean with ruining your... I chose the banner, I did not ruin it. And just because, just because my story I made, just because my story I made was showing this and I was showing this stuff as a result, doesn't mean I ruined the banner. Yeah, since then this story I made I ruined it. I was just opening it, zooming in on stuff. How was I ruining it? All because of this. And this. Alright. I was Amazon using the secret button. So there's one video where thing to Amazon is a people are more familiar with. I wanna. What company is it actually like? Is it tap? Don't forget to like and subscribe. As usual. Pumpkin Sunday. The ending, y'all literally just goes through. I put in bail. Y'all didn't explain it or animate this. Woof 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 bark. Woof 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 bark bark ark ark woof. I am. You're literally poor like home milk. Literally wearing a pink top and white skirt along with summer. Yep, this is the new definition of homeless.
Hi there, my name is Penny. I'm 13 years old, and over summer break, my whole life changed. All because I found a way to get anything I wanted off of Amazon for free. Alright, I think I should start by mentioning that I've always been poor. Like, sometimes my mom and I are homeless, kind of poor, and I'm pretty sure it's part of why I've always been super unpopular at school. Anyways, we were recently kicked out of our last spot and moved in with my aunt, which is great for me because at her house, I always get my own room with a TV and a computer in it and everything. Well, one day, I was on my computer surfing around on YouTube. When I came across an interesting video. The title
How to get anything for free. This is a scam. This stuff like how to get anything for free. It's always a scam. And so yeah, this is really fake because this is most certainly not going to see the button as you go off Amazon. A scam video on a scam website that tries to imitate YouTube, but it's not actually YouTube. Yeah, but this is really scam. The off-center text, the iconic band, the effect, how to get anything for free. This is just a poorly made scam.
title said, how to get everything for free from Amazon. I didn't really think it would work, but I was.
Yeah, I mean the video was poorly made anyway. Although it says how to get anything for free, not how to get everything for free on Amazon.
Interested. I clicked in and began watching. If you're watching this video, you must be ready for.
Let me just tell you that do not go scam not go scam sites like these, right? And trust videos like these. Because this stuff is just scam. Anyway.
This video is brought to you by Bug in Amazon system. The guy can. With a slide link. As he went on, I followed along, making sure to copy each step exactly. The whole process. Didn't take long at all. And before I knew it, I was at the last step. Enter. Nothing seemed to happen. Just as I figured, I sighed. It must have been some weird hoax. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit bummed. I had tried not to get my hopes up. But I mean, after living a whole life of having nothing, the thought of being able to get anything I wanted delivered to me for free on demand was like a dream. While I was already on Amazon. I figured I might as well order some new school supplies. School was just around the corner and I would be going into the 8th grade. Like every other year, I wouldn't be able to afford the new cool clothes all the popular kids would have. But my mom always saved up just enough so that I could buy some brand new school supplies. She felt it was important, and it was special for me. Education is your golden ticket to creating a better life for yourself, Penny Pie, she would always say. Now, don't get me wrong, I loved learning, but I hated going to school. I was always mocked for wearing the same clothes or looking like I hadn't showered, which, to be fair, I often hadn't after a night of sleeping in mom's car or something. Anyways, I browsed around Amazon, putting things in my shopping cart, careful to stay on my budget of $15. Which for us is a lot. Once I had found everything I needed, I went to pay. But where there should have been a price, there was only the word free in all caps. No way, I whispered to myself. I couldn't believe my eyes. Had it really worked? My heart was racing a little bit with some newfound excitement. Carefully, as I might mess something up if I moved too fast, I dragged the mouse to where it said confirm order. Click. Off my order went, and up came a notice saying that my package would be delivered in 2 days. Only 2 days? I looked at the top corner of the screen and noticed I somehow had Amazon Prime. I checked out my subscription, and it said my Prime membership had just been activated for $0. Dollars per month. The code wasn't automatically giving me free membership. Suddenly, my mind was filled with all of the possibilities, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself or get my hopes up just to be let down. So I decided to place another order for a slightly bigger purchase, and I knew exactly what I wanted. It was a super trendy backpack that I knew all the cool kids would have this year. I had seen it while browsing for supplies, but it was $50, so I didn't even bother clicking on it until now. I found the exact backpack I wanted, and I picked my favorite color, which made the price jump up to $57. It felt weird not to care. I went to pay, and there again was the word free where the price should have been. Click. Order confirmed. 2-day delivery. Woohoo! I was ecstatic. I wanted to go bonkers, ordering everything my heart desired. But I figured it would be best to wait and make sure the orders actually arrived first. Sure enough, 2 days later, while my mom and aunt were out job hunting for my mom, there was a knock on the front door. I opened it up to see 2 packages by my feet and an Amazon Prime truck driving off. I could hardly contain my excitement. I quickly grabbed both packages, slammed the door shut, and raced off to my room. I wanted so badly to just tear them open right then and there, but this moment was too sweet. I looked the packages over and ran my fingers over my name on a package sent to my moment. I was just frozen, staring at the thing that symbolizes so many things I had always wanted. I hugged the backpack and cried. At first, I cried for all of the things I had never gotten, for the pain I had felt for being made fun of and isolated. And then the tears turned into tears of happiness, and I began to laugh, just thinking about how different life would be from here on out. And then, in a craze of emotion, the real shopping spree began. I bought new clothes and jackets, cool accessories and makeup, hair extensions and fake nails, all the latest gadgets and tablets, whatever I wanted. I would go to school this year as a whole new person. Nobody would even recognize me. I suddenly had a new confidence about me that I had never known before. On the first day of school, sure enough, nobody recognized me at all. Not even my best friend Claire. She couldn't believe it when I told her it was me. We walked together in the hall and everyone stared, even the cool kids. At lunch that day, one of the most popular girls in school, Jade, even sat down next to us. Hey, new girl, she said. Cool backpack. I have the same one, but in Jade, which is my name. What's yours? I laughed and said, Jade. It's me, Penny. As she looked at me with recognition, I started to feel self-conscious. Penny? No way, she said, her whole demeanor changing. I seriously didn't even recognize you. What happened? She said it in a way that I knew very well. It made me feel small. I wanted to curl up and hide, but then I remembered the reflection I'd seen in the mirror. I held my chin up high as I replied, things have changed for me, Jade. It's a shame that I can't say the same for you. Both Jade and Claire's jaws dropped. This gave me even more confidence. Anyways, I have a new connection. I can basically have anything I want, just like that. I said as I snapped my fingers. No biggie. This got both of their attention. But Jade was now taking over the conversation, asking all sorts of questions. I just acted cool, calm, and mysterious, and answered with super short responses to keep her guessing. She called a couple of her other cool friends over to the table and filled them in. When they all started to chime in, asking questions too, I hooked arms with Claire and said, this is a little annoying, don't you think? Let's go. As we walked away from the most popular girls in school, who were all staring in awe after us, we laughed as we turned the corner. Just like that, we were the girls the popular girls wanted to talk to. Once we were completely alone, I explained everything to Claire. And after school that day, she came to my house so we could order a bunch of cool new stuff for her. Soon enough, we were both the most stylish and trendy girls in the whole school, and I started to love going. Every day, the popular kids all wanted to hang out with us. Just to keep them happy, I even bought some things for them. And you should have seen how happy and grateful they were. They were practically bowing down to me as their queen. Within weeks, I was receiving between 20 to 30 packages a day. On some days, the other kids would even line up in gym class as Claire and I would sit on the bleachers, passing out gifts like a modern-day lady Santa Claus. Of course, while school life was getting better and better, things were becoming more and more difficult back home. Of course, while school life was getting better and better, things were becoming more and more difficult back home. As my mom and aunt became more suspicious, I had to lie and tell them that all the packages were for a job I had found on Amazon. I told them that companies are paying me to test out all sorts of products in exchange for my rating reviews. I almost felt worse when they believed it, but I couldn't stop now. I was the happiest I had ever been. That is, until one day, when along with around 35 packages, I received a letter from Amazon. It was laid out for me on the kitchen table when I got home from school. I guess my mom had gotten it first, but it was still sealed. She trusted me too much. I was nervous as I opened it. Amazon had never sent me a letter before. I read in horror as the letter explained that I had been the biggest spender that month. They were wanting to know how I had been receiving all of those shipments.
Fake Amazon website that I linked to from a video on fake YouTube. Right? Scam after scam after scam. Right? Like you look to fake YouTube, found a scam video about how to get anything for free. It leads you to a fake Amazon website. Where like apparently get anything for free. You know what? Amazon gonna reach out to you.
Seeing that they were unable to track any of the receipts. In a panic, I tore the letter up into tiny little pieces and buried them deep in the bottom of the trash can. My whole body felt like it was in knots, but I tried to shake it off and tried to get it out of my head. There was no time for worrying about that now. Not when I was the most popular girl in school and had the life of my dreams. But I couldn't just ignore it completely. Amazon was obviously onto me, and I was worried that my free-for-all shopping spree could soon come to a halt. So that evening, I started buying some of the big-ticket items. I wanted to make sure I had all of the best and most expensive things that I knew I may never be able to afford again. I ordered laptops, expensive watches, beautiful porcelain chandeliers, and even spendy decorations for my room. I even bought all sorts of nice things from
typing. There's a keyboard of 50 keys. It's near 50. It's not like remove comma, period, dash, asterisk, hashtag, all this other shift, space, alt, control, L key, F1 to the self key, numpad key, yeah. Now I take out, yeah, let's see, like, for me, my numpad already takes up 18 keys, so you can't even fit in the whole numpad on here. So yeah, use this laptop.
From my aunt's house and nice jewelry for my mom. I had been too nervous to shop for them before, but knowing that this may be my last chance, I went wild and would just tell them that they were also given to me for reviews. To no real surprise, within just 2 days, I logged in to find that I no longer had all free access. I didn't even have Amazon Prime anymore. And just a day after that, I got another letter in the mail. This time, Amazon told me that they had found the bug in their system and fixed the issue, and that they would be in touch soon. I honestly didn't think about it too much. I was just happy that I had gotten all the really expensive stuff before it was too late. Well, let's just say that my happiness about that pretty quickly turned into a total freak out, because now I was getting tons of letters from Amazon every day, between 20 to 30 as a matter of fact. They were all receipts for every single purchase I had made, along with the occasional letter threatening a lawsuit if I didn't reimburse them by the end of the month. Now that I was no longer receiving packages and only letters, I had to come up with another lie for my mom and aunt, who were becoming more and more suspicious. I told them they were just thank you letters from people I had written reviews for, or more people asking for my endorsements. I also told them I had decided to quit my job and asked if they could just
take that down.
throw the letters away if they saw them. But one day, I caught my mom starting to open one of the letters when I got home from school. I caught her just in time, and she apologized for almost invading my privacy. "I'm just worried about you, Penny Pie," she said. "Something just seems off with you lately." I told her that everything was okay, and that I was sorry for making her feel worried. And I meant it. "You don't have to worry anymore, Mom," I said. "I told them to stop sending me stuff, and I quit for good. So we shouldn't get any more letters or packages anyways." Of course, this wasn't anywhere close to true. I had an unimaginable amount of money to still make in a very short period of time before they would stop sending those letters. But I had to deal with one thing at a time. I knew I would really be toast if my mom ever found out. So I made that a priority and started skipping my last class every day, just to get the mail before my mom or aunt could. In the meantime, I was selling everything I could on Facebook Market and Craigslist, anywhere I could think of. I even explained what was happening to Claire and all of my new friends, and how I was in serious trouble. I asked if they could give back the stuff I had bought for them so I can make back that money. Of course, Claire did this without any hesitation and even helped me sell some of it, but everyone else just laughed at me. Jade even called me pathetic in front of everyone. I knew you were an imposter, she said, and then she started to chant, Penny is a loser, and all of the other cool kids, who I thought were now my friends, joined along. But at that moment, I was too worried about getting the money back to even care. At this point, Claire and I had scrounged up a whopping $1,000, which was practically a nickel compared to what I had spent. And to make matters even worse, when I got home that day, after skipping class to get the mail, my mom was on the phone with the principal. Now I was in real trouble. Surely he would be informing her of all of my recent absences. I had to think quick. She hadn't heard me come in the house, so I snuck upstairs and quietly shut my bedroom door. I had nowhere else to turn. So I hopped on my computer, I wrote in the search bar, how to make money fast. The first to turn. So I hopped on my computer, I wrote in the search bar, how to make money fast. The first video I saw was one that said, how to make money fast with a Craigslist scam. I was totally desperate and freaking out. Hi, I'm Jennifer. So an average teenager living with her parents. My childhood was amazing. The three of us lived well enough, with my father working in the fields and my mother taking care of the household. But my blissful life didn't last. The drought arrived, like every year in the rural town I lived in. The wallets of the small community dried up as well. Over those 3 months of drought, people went less to the store to buy food because they could not afford it. Teachers used their small amounts of money to buy snacks for those kids who went hungry, but soon, their wallets dried up as well. But my parents always made sure I believed everything was okay. What I did not know is that my father during that time would sneak out at night when I was sound asleep to work the night shift as a postman, and come back just in time to sleep 1 hour before going to his day job. And my mother would wash people's clothing for money until her hands cracked. and her knuckles bled. They did everything to make sure my lunches weren't scarce, and I didn't suspect a single thing. They were scared to introduce me to poverty. Every year, I watched my mom do something very interesting. Every once in a while, she and my father would take the money they saved up, and after buying a big load of vegetables, my mother would cook enormous amounts of delicious hot tomato soup, her specialty. She would open the doors to our house and feed everyone that came by. Families with many kids, kids alone, old folks, everyone. The community came alive and happy on those days, as everyone would huddle up in our front yard and hug as they enjoyed my mom's doing. She was the most generous soul around. And not only did she never let me starve, but she never let anyone starve as well. Years went by, and I grew older. Soon enough, I began to realize that things Years went by, and I grew older. Soon enough, I began to realize that things were not what they seemed, that my princess fairy tale was over, and I needed to be confronted in the real world. My parents eventually grew older, and by the time I was in high school, I was babysitting my neighbor's kids, and my lunches soon grew scarce as well. Things got worse and worse. My mom got sick, incredibly sick. Money was not prevalent enough to afford her treatment. We didn't even have enough to pay more than rent and food for the month. She passed away before I left for college, leaving me and my father to figure life out by ourselves. My father was miserable. He missed her every single day. I always believed his heart was broken. Now I needed to stand on my own 2 feet. I ended up going to college. I had studied hard during my school years and had gotten a scholarship for a college near my small town. It was not Harvard, but it was good enough to give me a second chance. My father was put into a retirement home, so I was on my own, with no money, with a void in my heart that I was not able to fix. I studied and worked in order to afford the basic needs. I had 2 jobs, one at a fast food restaurant, and I was also a babysitter. My days went by between books, kids, and flipping burgers. And that is how I went by. I really missed my fantasy childhood, having homemade lunches, and living life with my only worry being what princess dress to wear during the day. I was tired. It was a Saturday afternoon, but not a regular one. It was my mother's birthday, and for once, I really looked forward to going home and getting a good lunch. Every year, I would save up enough to buy myself a special lunch on her birthday, almost as if it was a sort of gift. It was usually one of the only full meals I had that week, as everything I could afford to cook at home was rice and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I walked home, dragging my feet under the sun. I looked around me. Kids were playing in the playground, laughing and screaming in their little fantasy. The 3 of us lived well enough, with my father. The small community dried up as well. Teachers used their small amounts of money to buy snacks for those kids who went hungry. But soon, their wallets dried up as well. But my mother during that time would sneak out at night when I was sound asleep to work the night shift, wash people's clothing for money, until her hands cracked and her knuckles. To introduce me to poverty. Every year, I watched my mom do something very interesting. Every once in a while, she and my father would take the money they saved up. She was the most generous soul around. And not only did she never let me starve, but she never grew older, and by the time I was in high school, I was babysitting my neighbor's kids, and my lunch was sick. Money was not prevalent enough to afford her treatment. We didn't always believed his heart was broken. Now I needed to stand on my own 2 feet. I ended up going to college. I had studied hard during my school years and had gotten a scholarship for a college near my small town. It was not Harvard, but it was good enough to give me a second chance. My father was put into a retirement home, so I was on my own, with no
This is the same area. This is the same area. So then you have these eyes.
And flipping burgers. My fantasy childhood, having homemade lunches, and living life with my only worry being what princess dressed to wear during the day. I was tired. It was a Saturday afternoon, but not a regular one. It was my mother's birthday, and for once, I really looked forward to going home and getting a good lunch. Every year, I would save up enough to buy myself a special lunch on her birthday, almost as if it was a sort of gift. It was usually one of the only full meals I had that week. As everything I could afford to cook at home was rice and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I walked home, dragging my feet under the sun. I looked around me. Kids were playing in the playground, laughing and screaming in their little fantasy world. Looking after them, tired parents falling asleep on park benches. I was looking forward to my meal. I had to study all night, and I hadn't eaten anything the night before. I just wanted to sit down and eat, and finally get a rest from my crazy life. I tried to keep my energy as I walked home, but my march was becoming slower. As I passed the gas station, I noticed something I hadn't seen in a while. A girl was sitting on the curb, with her head to her knees. Beside her, what looked like her only possessions, laid in supermarket bags. Her hair was messy, and so were her clothes, and she looked exhausted and cold. I quickly noticed the sign she had next to her feet. I need money. I'm homeless. She reminded me of my old hometown. I would see people like her every passing season, people who had lost all their hope and had no one to help them. For a brief moment, our eyes met. I shook my head and fixed my gaze forward. Now, Now is not the time for distractions. I have work to do and can't do it on an empty stomach. My home was close, and so I rushed there before I had time to think of something else. I sat down and opened my lunch. The warmth reminded me of home. For a moment, I was that little girl again, with no worries of the world. I began to eat, each swallow harder than the last. I miss you, Mom, I whispered, as tears filled my eyes. I stared at the warm food I just couldn't eat. Before I knew it, I was rushing back out in the heat. The girl was still there. I approached her and placed a hand on her knees. She looked at me. How long have you been without food? I asked. She counted with her fingers. 2, she said. Her face was sunken in. My parents abandoned me a month ago. I have been struggling to find somewhere to live, and I ended up on the streets, she explained. Memories came back to me like a flood, moving out of my hometown and struggling, never to the point of being homeless, but fighting to afford rent every month and avoid eviction, and checking prices at the supermarket to buy products at their cheapest price. I nodded. I understood her. I looked at my food bag. I was hungry, starving even. I had looked forward to the special restaurant-cooked meal that I had worked so much for, and also for the memories that it resembled. However, I remembered my mom, how she made sure no one ever starved, no matter what the situation was. Here, I can share my lunch with you, I offered, sitting down next to her. Her eyes sparkled in seconds. Are you sure? She asked. I nodded with a smile. Studying could wait. I sat down next to her and took out the small containers. In one of them, creamy pasta with shrimp. In the other one, a decadent piece of chocolate cake. As she ate her first meal in 2 days, she shared with me her life story. I couldn't help but notice how much she was enjoying it. She was taking every bite as if it was the last one, and as much as I wanted to enjoy it as well, I knew what was the right thing to do. You know, you can have the whole meal, I said. Her eyes widened. No, I can't accept that. It's too much, she said, closing the containers. I grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes, which were glossy. Have it. You need it more than I do. As I left, she grabbed my hand. Thank you. I will pay you back one day, she said, and I smiled back. I was happy as I went back home. Yes, maybe now I didn't have lunch for myself, and let me tell you, the outcome was not. Not easy. Skipping such a meal, especially since I had avoided breakfast that day and dinner the night before in order to enjoy my special meals to the maximum, had not worked in my favor. I spent the next day relishing all the consequences of not eating, which included almost fainting at work, a grumbling stomach, and extreme tiredness. But helping that girl and making her less miserable left me satisfied better than any meal could. I knew my mother, especially on her birthday, would have been proud. Time went by, faster than I thought. I worked and studied day in and day out, saving up money little by little with my hard work. I always made sure to help others, and that helped my happiness grow with time. I tried to continue my mother's legacy. Soon enough, I graduated college. My life was starting to make
Makes sense. I found the love of my life and got married. We had one daughter, and she was the light of our eyes, the blinding light at the end of the dark tunnel. My father passed away soon after my daughter was born, but he died happy. I hadn't become any close to a millionaire, but my life was comfortable enough, and just like my childhood, we lived in a small town, in a small neighborhood, in a cozy house that was perfect enough for the three of us. Then, my daughter became sick. All our savings went so Then, my daughter became sick. All our savings went so fast. I would never let my family suffer like I did. Never again. With this determination, I went for job after job. No jobs wanted to take me in. I walked into the job agency, and my name was soon called. A woman behind a desk asked me questions about my studies, my background, and my goals. My background and my goals. After a whole deal of talking, she looked at me with a behind a desk asked me questions about my studies, my background, and my goals. Wanted to take me in. I walked into the job agency, and my name was soon called. A woman behind a desk asked me questions about my studies, my background, and my goals. After a whole deal of talking, she looked at me with a non-promising face. Your curriculum is amazing, she said. However, and unfortunately, we can't find any jobs that fit your profile. I'm so sorry. Her words were a blow. I'm so sorry. Her words were a blow to the back. I sighed and buried my face in my hands. My plan was failing. I was, for once, very scared. I was scared that I would not be able to give my daughter her fairy tale life just like my parents had given me. I refused to show my daughter the face of poverty. Suddenly, someone put a hand on my shoulder. I looked up, and a woman, close to my age, was looking down at me. She wore a black, beautiful dress and the most expensive jewelry I had ever seen. She smiled brightly. I think I can arrange something for her, she said. The lady behind the desk nodded and quickly left, and this mysterious woman sat in her place. Her eyes looked familiar. The sparkle was something I had seen before, but could not remember where. I want to know about you, she started. Tell me, who are you? She asked. I looked at her with curious eyes. This woman was mysterious. She had appeared right at the moment when I thought everything was lost. Could I even trust this woman? However, something told me that I needed to tell. So I sat up straight and began telling her my story. She listened intently to every single bit, from my childhood to my college years to my adult life. I told her about my parents, about my mother, and about how I wanted to be as generous and open-hearted as she once was. About my daughter, how I wanted her to live in a fantasy world. She nodded and smiled every step of the story without interruptions. She then asked me questions, the typical formal questions of any job interview. I answered truthfully. This is when I thought I was going to lose my chance. When I was done, she looked at me. She started. I knew you wouldn't ever change, she said with a bright smile. I raised an eyebrow in confusion. Before I could ask, she continued, I want to discuss working with you. She finally said those words that sounded like heaven to my ears. I would like to analyze giving you a position at the job agency. You are determined and ambitious, someone the agency definitely needs. I sighed in relief and smiled. I started crying. Everything was going to be fine. Thank you, I cried out with a huge smile. Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm ever going to pay you back, I said. You don't have to, she answered. After all, I told you I would pay you back one day. I looked at her with confusion. But we have never met before. What do you have to pay me for? She took my hand. A few years ago, I was homeless, abandoned, and hungry. You found me sitting at the curb of a gas station and gave me the only lunch you had, instead of keeping it to yourself. You were my only glimpse of hope when I was abandoned by my own parents. You saved me. I was eternally grateful. My mind went blank. Images of that event were very vivid. She was the reason I wanted to be like my mother, always. She had been a girl like me. She knew what struggle looked like, what hunger looked like. Let's discuss the rest of it over dinner. What do you think? I accepted her invitation. I started small and worked my way up. Played it safe, never letting my ambitions get the better of me. Then, as my daughter recovered and we were stable, I began getting more involved, taking bigger risks, bringing her with me so I could teach her what I learned. She made herself at home and helped me in whatever ways she could. I know my mom would be proud. We organized big charity dinners and raised money to help during the drought. After some years, the job agency even decided to make a big donation to a homeless shelter that took care of everyone in my small community during the drought. I gave a big, enormous check to the owner
So you made it check. Mathis, but you still made it so I can't eat anything on it. Yeah, what are they supposed to eat? Just squirrels. I mean, you made it. If you made it check enormous, you need to make it legible.
owner of the shelter in an official announcement that made it on television. Everything around me began to make sense. Finally, I was back at my old home, but I was not that little girl anymore. I could make a difference, and that's what I did.
Thanks for watching my story animated. I could make a difference, and that's what I. Thanks for watching my story animated. Yeah. Wow. So now you're dealing with a video cutting off. I gave my lunch to a homeless girl, but he did let me eat it. I gave my last meal to a homeless girl. He came back 17 years later. That sounds amazing. My mom didn't make enough food for me. My mom won't give me food. And now it's likely my mom don't make enough food. Like the family will be like, my mom won't feed me. And now the family has literally nothing to do with the title, which in of itself doesn't have a word to do with the video.
My name is Z. I lived with my best friend.
Immediately under the story. Boatload. Don't do illegal stuff, kid. Why you have a tiger in your house? I'm his mother. No, I use the owners of it. Your best friend can be yours and then mine. And so yeah, this video immediately started. And I know I am random quotes, so I'll put this up now. Okay, on the video I'm gonna see a tiger. Am I in a billion tigers? And so yeah, I found that my gift is a billionaire. Starring tigers. And you also have Drake in it. Yep, yep. So this is the preview.
When we've been together since we were young and ran away from our foster home. Things were working well.
That's over in 4 frames. Wow. 25 up here. The one I'm just tiny bit.
Things were working well until I met my next door neighbor. His name was Adam. He was too handsome for me to ignore.
So this is the one where you see things, not where you see things. The character turns completely yellow. Like, look at how powerful this yellow is. But then doing this, but then doing this is just entirely yellow. Losing all color. And it's just yellow. It essentially looks like a thunderbolt. Kinda.
His name was Adam. He was too handsome for me to ignore. I fell head over heels for him at first sight. One day I worked up the courage to go over to his place to introduce myself. When I reached Adam's house, his front door was already open. I walked inside and called out his name, but I heard no response. Suddenly I heard a growl behind me, and I froze. It sounded deep, like it belonged to an enormous dog. When I turned around, I shrieked like a maniac. There was a tiger behind me. A freaking tiger! I screamed again, walking backwards, falling over the couch. I jumped up and tried to run, but the tiger was blocking the door. Suddenly, Adam appeared with a huge stick in his hand. Then he shot it with a tranquilizer. Falling over the couch, I jumped up and tried to run, but the tiger was blocking the door. Suddenly, Adam appeared with a huge stick in his hand. Then he shot it with a tranquilizer gun. The moment the tiger fell, I fainted with relief. My entire world turning black. I woke up to Adam giving me CPR. I felt his hands on my chest, his lips on mine. I woke up gasping, reaching for my inhaler. I was having an asthma attack. Once I became stable, Adam got me some water. I forced him to explain himself to me as soon as I got the courage to speak again. He told me that he was a smuggler. He brought in tigers from abroad and he sold them to rich people living here in our city. He brought them here from the docks in his truck and stored them in the basement. There were 5 tigers in his house at the moment. One of them got out due to rot in the walls. I couldn't make sense of this. How much money could a tiger possibly get him? Could it really be enough to risk being eaten? told me that one tiger could go for millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions. I was amazed at this news. With the sale of only one of these animals. This was the kind of money that one could not pass up on. I told Adam that I knew that this operation was highly illegal. If he didn't want me to rat him out, he would have to give me something. He would have to allow me to join his business and get my own share of the sales. At first, he was unsure, unwilling to be blackmailed. I told him about my experience managing my own business to show him I could be valuable. Eventually, he agreed that he could use a second set of hands, and he was already searching for help. Having his neighbor help him would be convenient too. He agreed to my terms, and I went home for the evening. The next day, I joined Adam's tiger smuggling trade. Every night at 7 p.m., a buyer would stop by. Adam was extremely careful and only allowed one buyer to visit him each day. The buyers were enormously wealthy. A sheik, a princess of an unknown island, a business tycoon. My bank account began to swell up very quickly. I loved my life so much at that time. Beside my crush every day. Adam and I flirted endlessly and even made out on some breaks. I could suddenly afford things I could never even dream of purchasing before. I decorated my house, got all new gadgets, and even bought my roommate Gwen a whole new wardrobe. Gwen wasn't from a rich family. She knew how much money I made. I know I should have been careful and spent less money around Gwen in order to keep a low profile, but I couldn't help myself. It was my first time being so unbelievably wealthy. Gwen's suspicions grew stronger. She started asking me where I was making all this money. She demanded to know what I was doing in Adam's house every day. I told her that I was dating Adam and that Adam was from a very rich family, and so he liked to spoil his girlfriends. Gwen seemed satisfied with that answer, so I moved on. I underestimated her. One day when Adam and I were working down in his basement, Gwen sneaked into his house. She had decided to investigate Adam. She was suspicious of some rich guy spending too much money on her friend for ulterior motives. Unfortunately, we left the coat closet open, which is where the basement door lay. Gwen came downstairs and found us in the basement, surrounded by choice but to tell her the whole truth. She had caught us red-handed. Unlike me, Gwen was really freaked out by our illegal activities. She wanted to go to the police immediately, and Adam pulled out his gun to stop her. The scene could have turned grisly, but I managed to convince Gwen not to rat us out. I asked her to join our business instead. Adam was hesitant, but I told him that with Gwen on board, we could hide tigers in our basement as well. One buyer could come to each house per day as planned, but our profits would double. Adam fell in love with the idea then. Gwen was convinced when she heard of the spectacular amount of money she received. Business went smooth and steady for weeks after that day. Adam began to transfer twice as many tigers a week from the docks to the houses. He was the only one allowed to do that. He maintained that only he knew how to handle the tigers and keep them calm. Gwen wanted to go check out the docks, but Adam refused, saying he didn't want to spook out his dealer. The dealer only worked with him. I was fine with that, but Gwen was not. She thought it was weird that Adam wouldn't take us to see the docks where the tigers were brought in. She also thought it was strange that Adam agreed to split his profits with us instead of silencing us with a one-time payment or with his gun. I promised her that Adam was not a killer. Gwen wasn't convinced. She suggested that perhaps the tigers cost a lot more than Adam was saying. Perhaps he was making secret profit without our knowledge, using our labor to make extra money from us. Gwen And I waited for a day when Adam was out, and we sneaked into his house. I knew that Adam wasn't cheating us, but I had no issues with confirming the price of these tigers online. We needed pictures of them to make sure we got the right quote. We reached the basement and began to click photos quickly. One of the tigers was acting strange. It seemed to be puking. It was crouching. To the basement and began to click photos quickly. One of the tigers was acting strange. Began to click photos quickly. One of the tigers was acting strange. It seemed to be puking. It was crouching weirdly and gagging, but nothing was coming out. Suddenly, the tiger retched loudly, and a packet slid out of its mouth. I stared at the gross, sloppy item on the floor. It was a small plastic bag full of diamonds. I couldn't believe my eyes, but Gwen was right. Adam wasn't just smuggling tigers into the country, he was also smuggling diamonds. And he was lying to me about it, that one packet of diamonds alone could get Adam a cool $1 billion. He had been fooling us this whole time, giving us a few measly millions while pocketing more money than we could ever dream of. I couldn't believe that he was lying to me. It stung so bad. Here I was stung so bad. Here I was thinking that we were becoming partners in work and life, but he was just using me. I knew we had to do something to take control of the situation. Gwen wanted to back out. She said she didn't want to mess with some dangerous diamond smuggler. She said that these are the kinds of people that shot others for money. I didn't want to give up. I couldn't. I was going to have my revenge on Adam for his betrayal. I told Gwen that I had a plan with which we could keep the business and get rid of Adam. When she asked me what I was planning, I responded simply, we had to set all of Adam's tigers loose, right on the street. Gwen called me crazy. Those tigers could hurt anyone, old people, children. We couldn't be responsible for that kind of loss. I told her she could go back to our house and take a picture of one of the tigers leaving. She could use that picture to warn the neighborhood. Animal control would arrive soon enough. The animals would be gone, and so would Adam. We could take over his old clients with the tigers in our house. No one would be hurt, and we would win. Gwen was uncertain, but I was sure. I had spent too long waiting for my crush to make me feel important. Gwen and I went to the basement. We sanitized the entire place, removing all our fingerprints from the surface we touched for months. Then we left the room and used the remote to open up the tiger cage. Just one by one, we let out all 5 tigers in Adam's apartment and raced out the back door. We snuck into our house through the yard, making sure to avoid the neighborhood cameras at all times. We called the police and animal control, both of which showed up in no time. The tigers were apprehended and caged before the end of the day. No one was injured, though many people were frightened. When and I were congratulated and celebrated for a quick warning on social media that allowed people to barricade themselves in media that allowed people to barricade themselves in their houses before the tiger attack. The police captured Adam and took him into interrogation for the incident. I knew what Adam was going to do now. I knew he would tell the police all about me collaborating with him. He would tell them about the tigers hidden in my basement and my history as his partner. As I predicted, the police showed up to my house later that night. They came in full force with a search warrant in hand. Gwen and I let them in. Just as we planned, they searched the entire house and found nothing. They went with us into the basement and saw nothing other than old laundry. They were confused, as Adam's testimony had sounded really solid. But I assured them that Gwen and I were upstanding moral citizens who would never partake in something so strictly illegal. I told them that Adam had a crush on me for a very long time. Illegal. I told him that Adam had a crush on me for a very long time, and he was angry that I had not only rejected his advances, but it was my tip online that got him caught. The police had no choice but to believe me. After all, they had no evidence to say otherwise. Before the police arrived at my house, Ben and I had moved the tigers we had hidden. We were rich now. We were not the same broke girls without resources from a few months ago. We had connections. We moved the tigers to a farm nearby and sanitized the entire sanitized the entire basement so no chemical evidence of their existence could be found. I had stolen Adam's phone and contacted all his clients as their new source. Then I used his phone's location history to find his dealer. This way, we took over Adam's business. While he sat in federal prison, expensive tigers hiding priceless diamonds, Gwen and I had never held a more powerful job. We were like the kingpins of our town, hiding in our modest house and living like queens. We could buy whatever we wanted, go wherever we wished, and have whoever we craved. We wanted to avoid suspicion, so we continued to stay in our old house. From the inside, we did it up better than a luxury hotel. Life was perfect, until the day Adam was let out of prison. He'd gotten out early due to good behavior and community service. This was terrible news for Gwen and I. I was scared that he could come back like a ghost haunting us for ruining his life. Over the last few years, as a Gwen and I began to store tigers at the house once more. I was suspicious that Adam would tip off the police and send them here again, now that he was free. He was free. Gwen said we couldn't be sure he would do that. She wondered if Adam would return to us and try to make things work. I scoffed at her hope. I had sent Adam to jail, so why wouldn't he try to do the same to me? I knew we had to make plans to get rid of the tigers before Adam could rat us out. Gwen and I quickly got to moving the tigers to our farm. As we loaded one of the cages into our truck, a small mishap caused the door to break open as it slammed onto the ground. Neither of us saw it coming. The tiger leapt from the cage like a beast, kicking the gate open. The force of the gate slamming against me sent me flying against the ground. It knocked my lights out, and I fainted. My world faded to black. Seconds later, I felt hands on my chest, thumping. I felt soft lips touching mine, and I opened my eyes. Adam was sitting over me, giving me CPR. After all these years, he was here, saving me again. I looked around me and saw that the tigers were gone. I asked Adam where they were. Gwen said that Adam helped her move the tigers back into our basement. She said that they didn't need to shift the tigers to the farm anymore. When I accused Adam of sabotaging our plan, Gwen stopped me. She said she wanted me to stop assuming the worst about Adam, that he was a better person than I had imagined, and he was here to bury the hatchet. Maybe we could move on from the years of ugliness and work together again, Gwen suggested. What the hell was she talking about? I was completely confused. Why was Gwen being so partial to Adam? Why were they both exchanging looks with each other? What was going on? Gwen walked over to Adam and took his hand in hers. Then she told me her secret. She and Adam had been writing letters to each other while he was in prison. She said they had fallen in love with each other. Gwen had been uncertain about whether Adam would come back for her after prison. He had proven himself, however. on Adam for the longest time. She also knew how Adam had lied to us about the diamonds. She said she didn't care, that Adam had explained all of it. She said it was normal for Adam or anyone else to not want to share their profits with strangers right away. She said that it was I who was wrong for getting Adam thrown in jail instead of talking to him about it. I couldn't believe Gwen was really taking the side of this strange criminal over her best friend. Gwen assured me that everything would be fine, that the three of us would work together again just like old times. It wasn't going to be like old times. I knew that. Gwen and Adam started their own life. They soon got married and Gwen even got pregnant. She literally stole my boyfriend and shacked up. He stole my.
Never mind. It goes to this place. Yeah. So it is going block. Yeah. It's almost. So yeah. The thing is, the coloring is kind of done. Essentially a single green block, but that's almost completely evaporated. And this guy already takes up most of my space. They take up more space than the other characters. So far as this, I am holding on to you guys. And trying to figure out what this is. So how are you holding? Because yeah. Let's just try and figure out this. But yeah. So from this to this to this. Yeah, with a different thing. Oh yeah, this. Yeah. Now again, I know something I do, but again, I wasn't that lazy about it. About so yeah, you just start that with this head. There you have this. So you have some nice teleportation going on, and then you have this. So now you just again, I'm doing this again, but I'm because this is just this is your half a swipe and half of this, and then they mirror it. They just half of this, and then you just kind of mirror it. Now, yes, this is this over the side. This looks like they mirrored it, and now layout is like this is the same frame. Value the same animation frame, but I'm going back and forth on frame. So you have this for 2 frames, and then you have this for 1 frame, and it just looks like they're mirrored. So yeah, the frame rate is a bit off in it. Look how these are animated. There's like there's one animation frame going for 2 frames, and you have it for 1 frame. Possibly because this is only at 25 FPS. But why 2 frames?
I no longer fit into their life nor their business. I decided to separate myself from them, and I embezzled.
So yeah, we again have a character turning into a single color, doing basically all this color. But it's also having some this
Embezzled money into some more illegal projects. The moment I began to make a sizable profit with these projects, I quit the smuggling business. I no longer wanted to look at Gwen and Adam and know that I was alone. Even though I quit, I couldn't get them out of my head. The jealousy was driving me insane. Why did Gwen get to have the life that I wanted, that I deserved? I wanted to take it away from her. It was I who had truly boosted their business. It was I who had secured profits from Adam all those years ago. Without me, Gwen wouldn't even have a business to split. I decided to make a plan to rat them out, to have them arrested and keep the business for myself. I found a man I found a man named Jeeves, a bounty hunter who helped frame people for copious amounts of money. I paid him off and told him what I needed to get done. I told him about the tigers and how we would have to transport them, but before we framed, when
Oh, yeah, actually they actually have a walking on a property. Where you can actually set the frame. Yep. The face needs to be censored. Yep, it would be having the privacy of this animated
would have to transport them, but before we framed, when in Adam, Jeeves and I formed a plan, and he came over to my
Stop
to my house to execute it. We were going to Gwen and Adam's house, and then we would call the cops from their basement, saying we discovered hidden tigers. Adam already had priors. They would believe us without a doubt. When we finally met up with Adam and Gwen in their house, I got my phone out to call the police. I didn't need to. We were already surrounded by the police. I just didn't know it yet. Once we were all in the same room, Jeeves pulled out his gun and revealed his true identity to us. He was a detective, sniffing out a tiger smuggling ring here in our city. He had recorded every single thing I had told him, and he had enough proof to arrest all three of us for animal cruelty and the destruction of 100 other state and federal laws. The police jumped out of the shadows and arrested all three of us. I couldn't believe my fate, and I couldn't stomach how careless I had been. I had vetted Jeeves, but clearly I hadn't done it thoroughly enough. I was so eager to get what I wanted that I let my guard down. I was tossed into federal prison. Gwen and Adam testified against me, saying it was me who owned the business all along. They told them how I had released tigers all those years ago to frame Adam. They said I had forced them to work with me for years and threatened to kill them and their child if they tried to back out. I was filled with so much rage at this fake testimony that I began to scream at them with anger during the trial. The judge made the cops seize me and send me back to my cell. My cell has been my home for 10 years now. Gwen and Adam did minimal time. Minimal time. After all, no one wanted to take a child's parents away from it. I was blamed for everything that happened. And it was I that did the time. I was tortured by rage and loneliness in my cell, furious that with all my power and strength, I could not destroy my crush and my best friend. My name is Eddy. I lived with my best friend Gwen.
When I was 9, things were nice, except when I was 9, things were nice, except Dad was cheating on our mom and even broke some of my sisters and my toys when he was angry. But when he was calm, he was really fun, and still our dad too. We loved him, but one day he left our house, walked out the door, and never came back. It broke my family's heart, especially since my sister Tammy is kind of crazy and difficult to deal with for my mom. I kept writing my dad letters at the address a friend told us he was staying at, but he never responded. He even sent back one of our letters all ripped up. As I got older, I kept expecting him to show up and come back, or at least get in touch, but he never did, until I was 17, that is. My sister was genius level smart, but liked to use her smart to pull off crazy antics. One day, I decided to film some of my sister's stunts. With some of her friends, she had organized a big race through Costco, with bikes and everything. Later that night, I had an argument with my sister. Over her inconsiderate actions. She just laughed again and dared me to post the video, so I did. The next few days were pretty normal. My mom and I went grocery shopping together, and my sister and I argued, until one day, while we were walking to school, a girl approached us. She asked my sister if she was the one from that Costco bike video. She showed the video, and I couldn't believe it. My video had over 700,890 views. Over the next few days, my video got more and more popular. I even got a bunch of subscribers. Some were angry, saying how my sister and her friends should be punished for what they did. A lot wanted to see more videos, though. I wasn't sure what to think. I posted a new video. It got thousands of views. The next day, it had 500,000, and the Costco bike video had even more. I also had a message from TikTok that I would now be verified and could earn ad money. On the videos, we also got offers from places like Walmart and McDonald's for us to do stunts at their locations for PR. Maybelline wanted us to be the faces of their next ad geared at teens, and we said yes. Our mom wasn't sure what to think and wasn't pleased about our highway picnic stunt, but Tammy promised to tone it down. So Mom agreed that we could keep up our video thing. Over the next few weeks, I filmed more and more of my sister's crazy antics. How she started a spaghetti fight at school, how she brought a ladder into a movie theater and watched a whole movie. With it, how she paid a parking ticket on a piece of toilet paper, crazy stuff like that. And our video views and subscriber count boomed and boomed. So did our TikTok revenue. My mom made us open a savings account and put some of the money in there. I spent some on charities and mutual funds, but Tammy spent all of hers on stupid stuff like a marble toilet and some designer clothes. After another few weeks, we even got on the news for being overnight TikTok sensations. The next day, my dad called us up. We couldn't believe it. He apologized for being away for so long and said he was ashamed and figured he had left things too long. He said that he wanted to see us now. My mom wasn't so sure what to think. I was suspicious and found it really convenient that my dad decided to show up now of all times. But I missed my dad, and Tammy really wanted to go, so we agreed to see him that weekend. That weekend, my dad took us out for Dairy Queen Sundays and told us about what he had been up to since he left us. He was living on welfare and cried a lot, telling us that he was so ashamed he had just left his family how he did. He claimed that the stress of having to provide for us and having a terrible mother had just done him in. We had never heard anything about our grandma Beatrice being horrible and beating him, how he described. But my dad's tears were real. He asked to see us the next weekend, claiming that he even had ideas for future pranks with us. We agreed. I didn't really buy it, though. Grandma Beatrice was the coolest woman I knew, and I thought it was pretty convenient Dad was coming up with all of this now. But my sister was really psyched about having seen him and at having the prospects of having new ideas for pranks, since I didn't come up with many myself. I tried convincing my sister, but she wouldn't listen to anything against our dad. Even called me jealous since he had complimented her on her fearlessness. The next few weeks, I refused to see my dad. Tammy and him came up with a few prank ideas together. The next few weeks, I refused to see my dad. Tammy and him came up with a few prank ideas together, like filling our high school with balloons and switching out our local barbers to pay. These videos did well, but I was still suspicious. Tammy and I still hung out and went shopping together downtown. That night, we were on our way home when we saw our dad. He didn't see us, though. He was very drunk with his back to us, sitting on a patio, surrounded by beer bottles with a friend. He was telling her how the only reason he had come back was to make a fortune off his famous stupid kids. He was laughing about he had lied about his mom being terrible and fed us a sob story that we had bought hook, line, and sinker. My sister and I hurried home. I was upset, but not overly surprised. Tammy was completely enraged, though. At home, she was determined to get revenge on our dad. She created a list of crazy revenge ideas, including mummifying him with paper, covering him with honey and dumping him in the middle of a bear-filled forest. Her other ideas, like duct taping him to the ceiling, of a porta potty were equally evil. I had to talk sense into her. Finally, she agreed on a less serious idea for revenge that included public humiliation and that we could even cash in onto. The day of, Mom was visiting our Aunt Beatrice, so it was the perfect time. Dad came over around 7 p.m. for what we told him was a late dinner in the basement. We had told him that we had had it renovated since he was here. That was a lie. The basement was still in its creepy unfinished state, filled with my mom's weird antique doll collection, which Dad had hated when he had lived here years ago. We lured Dad to the basement with texts, then shut the door behind him and cut the lights. Then we started filming. Night vision camera. Dad flipped out. He started yelling and running around, knocking things over. My sister was on one of the shelves, and right when my dad had calmed down, dropped Mom's creepiest, limbless doll right on him. He screamed. Screamed like a baby and ran to the door, crying and begging to be let out. Once he opened the door, he ran out of the house, swearing, crying, and blubbering like a baby. On camera. Once we posted our video of Dad freaking out for being in the basement, it was our most popular video yet. It got over 2 million views. That night, when we got home from school, Mom was waiting for us with a worried frown. Turns out, Dad was suing us for mental trauma received from the basement. He was trying to claim that he now had post-traumatic stress from a prank, and even had an old sleazy lawyer friend who was willing to go to court with this. Mom was upset with us and worried, while Tammy wanted to enact her toilet paper, honey, and bear plan. With us and worried, while Tammy wanted to enact for honey and bear plan. I managed to talk her down to a more reasonable idea. Unfortunately for my dad, a quick Google search found that his lawyer friend was a third-rate crook who was a passable lawyer, but nothing more. Tammy and I, on the other hand, could afford the best lawyer that money could buy. This lawyer was handsome, talented, and as good as they come. In court, it took only a few hours for him to annihilate the so-called case of my so-called case of my dad and get him literally laughed out of court. He even got a small spot in the local newspaper mocking. Him too. Tammy and I were thrilled, and my mom was so relieved. Little did we know that this wasn't the end of my dad's nonsense. A few days later, he appeared on a talk show special, focused on a tell-all about Tammy's and my childhood, about how we were such terrible, homicidal kids that we drove him away. Tammy and I couldn't believe what we were seeing. Dad was making up lies, like that we had pinned him to a wall and thrown knives at him. And the host and audience actually seemed to be believing him. On our videos and emails, Tammy and I started to get threatening, angry messages. At school, some people even started avoiding us. Tammy would just yell at the people who were avoiding us, but I could hardly look at them. We knew that we had to do something. The lawyer had actually hit it off with my mom and were dating. He suggested we sue our dad for libel. I just wanted all this drama to be over with, but we clearly needed to drive away our dad once and for all. So we sued our all. So we sued our dad $500,000 for all the lost subscribers and revenue. Dad once and for all. So we sued our dad $500,000. $1,000 for all the lost subscribers. and revenue. Dad kept appearing on more talk shows and telling ridiculous stories about us, how we tried to bury him alive, crazy stuff like that. And had his sleazy lawyer friend come on to back up his stories too. My mom was devastated. It was starting to get awkward going into public. Tammy wasn't doing great either. She broke her leg while trying to do a running jump onto the back of a moving train. I tried talking to her and making her see sense, but she was determined to keep doing crazier and crazier stunts, especially to show up Dad. I knew she wouldn't calm down until we figured out the situation with her dad. Finally, Tammy and I had an idea. We got together a bunch of Dad's former friends and associates to testify that he was an all-around bad guy, complete with a mugshot from when he got convicted from lying a decade ago. It wasn't long before apologies were flooding in, and our subscriber count shot back up. Tammy and I were glad, but we just wanted some peace for a while. The next week, Tammy and I thought things were back to normal. We didn't make any videos, but we had a nice week with my mom. She was happy too, since things were getting serious with the lawyer, who was a good man. There was no sign of our dad either. When we came home from school one day, though, all that changed. Dad was camped outside our house. As soon as he saw Tammy and I, he beelined for us and started crying about how sorry he was, how he was a changed man, how we had to forgive him. Tammy and I could hardly bear to look at him. My dad claimed that he had been to church and seen the error of his ways. I told my dad that if he was really sorry and wanted the best for us, then he'd leave us in peace. But he told us that he couldn't bear the guilt, that we had to forgive him. Tammy and I finally had to leave, since he wouldn't listen to reason. Inside the house, Mom and us tried to have a normal dinner, but Dad was still sitting on the lawn in his dirty clothes, camped out. We figured he would get bored or hungry eventually, so we decided to just leave him be. Over the next few weeks, though, he stayed there like a leech. Nothing worked to budge him. We tried calling the cops for trespassing, but since his name was still on the house's lease, they couldn't get rid of him. We even tried paying him off, but he kept demanding more and more money. We finally managed to get a restraining order on him, but when the cops showed up, he managed to dodge them every time. Mom was distraught. We had no clue what to do. I couldn't go on like this. Tammy and I sat down with my mom and talked about what we could do. It really seemed like our dad wasn't going to leave us alone until we were as broke and miserable as he was. But I had a plan. We had all that money in our savings account for my TikTok videos, and money was still pouring in. We needed to move to a fancy gated community. Mom wasn't totally swayed, since she wanted us to stay humble and save that money for college. But once we ran the numbers, she saw that we would still have enough for really good schools, even after buying the house. So she agreed. Moving day, we were filled with nervous anticipation. There had been no sign of our dad, but we knew that he would turn up eventually. once everything we owned was packed. Everything we owned was packed. Lo and behold, Dad shows up. He was very drunk. Dad shows up. He was very drunk and laughed at us, saying that we would never get rid of him. We laughed right back. At him, then drove away. He tried running after our car, but of course couldn't catch up. Our new house was beautiful, 2 times the size of our old one, with a magnificent infinity pool. Tammy, my mom and I were so psyched. Every so often, so psyched. Every so often, we'd hear about how my dad would try sneaking in, but he never could get past the gated community security. Tammy and I kept making videos of us roller skating through fancy restaurants, using a pizza for frisbee, silly stuff like that. Our subscriber count kept going up and up. Mom even married the lawyer. Life was good, better than good. It was fantastic. Everything wasn't perfect though. Now that we were so famous, we were receiving criticism about our videos and their impact on our viewers, especially since one girl got hurt after attempting to replicate Tammy's Costco stunt. Tammy tried to laugh it off, saying that everyone was getting upset over nothing. I wasn't so sure though. I filmed a video of just me, apologizing for everything and warning people not to try most of these at home. I also donated some money to the viewer who got hurt. I also started a new series of videos focusing on the history of pranks. I learned a lot of interesting facts myself. One day, we got the best news ever. Dad had been arrested for fraud and shoplifting once he was in custody.
and your face is supposed to be to say like this guy was shoplifting.
Best news ever. Dad had been arrested for fraud and shoplifting. Once he was in custody, a bunch of his other crimes caught up with him. Since leaving us all those years ago, it turns out Dad had never worked in on his day in his life. Now he was going to be prosecuted with the full force of the law and pay dearly. In the end, Dad was sentenced to 25 years in prison. He tried to pull the whole religion thing with the judge, but after he tried getting a crony to blackmail her into releasing him, that didn't go over well. Finally, he went to jail and stayed there. Tammy and I were overjoyed. Now, life was really good. We vacationed in Bali, Australia, and LA. We had a gorgeous big house, and we made videos that we loved. Mom finally didn't have to work 2 different jobs to keep us afloat. We had enough money for college if we chose to go. But most importantly, our dad was gone from our lives for good. More than that, something inside me had been healed. I had always taken it personally that Dad had left, but now I had seen what a terrible human being he was. We had been willing to give him a second chance, and he had thrown it in our faces. Now, though, I was at peace.
reflected out partly. Oh, guess what is Among Us? I haven't watched it like Among Us is ever. And guess what? I just got recommended by what many videos directly on YouTube. And I have lost. It would be a nightmare without that block. And what is it to add every 1 or 2 minutes. So yeah. So I bought something else at one point. And no, it's not just food. Once I can find it. Yeah. Netflix app. Play my coinless. So I bought this up and said that there was like an alternate version for this. Well, Netflix. Where did it go then? Test video. Then I am putting up this. And I got left alone in more for days. Thanks for watching and don't forget to like and subscribe. See them. I can do complete opposite. So how was I? Yes, YouTube. Well, this is similar but not really that. I really the same as different colors and use things. Like in the other one, those were not like in the previous one, those watches, they were not there. Although, here's the background.
And the mall hadn't opened.